I didn't think nobody was gonna come up here that fast, so I had to get my stream right, my boy. Get my stream right now. Okay, give me a second. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Alrighty. I gotta put my head up. So my head is in the way of the shit. Okay, so just let's go one at a time. Do you want to go in order?
Like start from Abraham. Okay, so
right. So Abraham.
Wait, no, 1 second.
Abraham didn't exist. So.
Okay, so Abraham, what do you call it? I know there's no historical evidence that Abraham existed.
Right.
But so I believe Abraham did exist, alayhi wasalam, but I know there's no evidence, so we can start from.
Okay, so we're gonna scratch Abraham off. There was no Abraham. Moses.
No, there was Abraham, brother, but there's no.
Hold up, wait a minute. You just said you don't have no evidence, but you believe he exists. So we're gonna scratch him off. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move to Moses. Moses didn't exist. Moses didn't exist either.
Okay, let's argue from Musa alayhi wasalam.
Hold up. You said you wanted to start at the top. So we've scratched Abraham off. Let's go to Moses. Moses didn't exist. Moses didn't exist either. So we can scratch Moses off too, right?
No. Astaghfirullah.
What's your evidence for Moses?
Okay, my evidence for Musa alayhi wasalam is this, okay? So we know that even from history that the Jews, there was a time that they were just unaliving each other and all this, and out of nowhere they started following this random man, which is Moses, and they started worshipping one true God, and the civilization started changing. This is the proof.
Where do we get this information from?
History teaches you that the Jews were unaliving each other, and out of nowhere, this man named Moses came, and they started following him, and they started worshipping one true God. You have the Torah.
Where is the Torah? That's your evidence?
Yeah. Okay. And history.
What history outside of the Torah talks about the Exodus or a Moses or any of that?
Okay, Torah, okay.
What history outside of the Torah talks about Moses and the Israelites being in captivity and them having their exodus where millions of them got up and walked out? Where is that at?
That's history. You want me to search up? But you can use the Torah if you want. Well, what's wrong with the Torah?
I'm not using the Torah because the Torah is full of mythology.
So who wrote the Torah?
Israelites. The Torah was compiled in if I'm not mistaken, it was compiled like the 500s BCE to like the 300s BCE. I'm not going off of that.
What is that? How long ago is that?
You know about brother. Okay, so I'm just gonna scratch Moses off because you don't even know what the fuck happening. So we're gonna scratch Moses off. What no Moses? What no Moses? Okay, so we scratched Abraham off. We scratched Moses off. Now, do you want to go to?
Jesus,
you want to go to Jesus? Okay, what is your evidence for Jesus?
Brother, there's so much evidence for Jesus.
Okay, just stop saying that and give me one thing. Just give me one.
Okay, the historical record on Jesus, a man named Jesus, he was on the cross and they tried to crucify him.
What is your evidence for that?
History.
History like what?
Brother, history. History teaches us this.
Yeah. Christians teach us this, but what evidence do they have?
Okay, where do Christians come from?
What evidence do they have, sir?
You have the historical record of Jesus.
From who?
Okay, Titus and Josephus is non-Christian sources, and these two sources teaches us that the man named Jesus was on the cross. They tortured him, and that he was claiming to be a messenger of God, and that he was. This is what Titus shows us in his non-Christian source.
Cool. So when we're dealing with Josephus, the first reference to this Jesus Christ character, everybody know it's a forgery. They call it the Testimonium Flavianum. The second one, brother, I let you speak.
Okay.
I let you speak. All right. The first reference to a Jesus in Josephus's Antiquities of the Jews, that is a forgery. It's called the Testimonium Flavianum. If I were to, man, if you don't chill the fuck out.
Okay.
The first reference to a Jesus is a forgery. It's called the Testimonium Flavianum. First mentioned by Eusebius in the 4th century. He's the first person to mention it.
Can I speak now? So the evidence for Jesus.
Hold on.
Astaghfirullah. Dr. Sean, he wants brother, there's historical evidence that Jesus existed. Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam existed. There's Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam is in the ground right now, brother.
Hey man, why you up here saying that shit? Why you don't be preaching that shit while I'm gone? I said, hold on, nigga.
No,
preaching that bomb talk. We don't do bomb talk on her. We speak about facts. Okay. We talking about Jesus, right? So the references to Jesus in Josephus, the first one is a forgery, and the second one is about some other Jesus. And he tells you who he's talking about at the end of the passage. He's talking about Jesus, the son of Damnius. Okay.
Yes.
When we're talking about Tacitus, that reference to a Jesus is also it's an interpolation. Because if you understand who Tacitus was, he was a government official, and he's great at keeping records, and he would not have got Pontius Pilate's job title wrong. Also, the earliest or is it the earliest or the copy of Annals that we have, it actually has the Christian edits on it.
Okay.
So you can see where they're literally scratching words out, and they have like Christian scribal notes off to the side. So when we're dealing with that reference to Tacitus, it's held by the church.
Can I speak now?
Hold on.
These are the type of people they will not see Jannah. They will not see Jannah.
Yeah, so there's a few things that we can use to deduce that reference to Jesus and Tacitus is interpolated, because he gets Pontius, the person who wrote it, they got Pontius Pilate's job title wrong, and in every other instance where Tacitus mentions a procurator or a prefect, he gets the job title right, except for this. All of a sudden, when he's talking about Pontius Pilate, he gets his job title wrong, because Pontius Pilate, let me make sure I get it right, Pontius Pilate was not a procurator, he was a prefect. And so Tacitus would not have, as a person who is a government official who's great at keeping records, he would not have got Pontius Pilate's job title wrong, but he does.
Okay.
And also Pontius Pilate would not have referred to this man as a Christ. He would have called him by his name.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense to call him the Christ if he has a name. That shows you that it's interpolated.
Okay.
Why would a government official refer to some mundane apocalyptic preacher as the Christ instead of just calling him his name?
Okay, so Isa,
so this is hold up, and also let's say this was authentic. This is a second century document. Even though it's not authentic to Tacitus, if it was, it still wouldn't demonstrate that Jesus Christ existed. It would just show that people believe in a man or a Christ. So we can throw Josephus out, we can throw Tacitus out, and any other reference that you may have of a Jesus, they're late, or it's not talking about Jesus at all. Because the crest, stop fucking talking and listen. You said some shit. I'm trying to help you.
Brother, I hear what you're saying.
I don't need ad lib every fucking time I say something. Okay, I don't need ad lib. Just fucking listen.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all of the other mentions of a Christ or a Christos is not talking about a Jesus. That title is not exclusive to a Jesus. So we're going to scratch Jesus off. You want to go to Paul?
Hey, 1 second.
Listen, we're almost at your prophet. You wanted to go from the top. Abraham,
They're all my
Moses.
prophet, brother.
Cool. Abraham didn't exist. Moses didn't exist. Jesus didn't exist. We're on Paul.
Okay,
then.
1 second.
Do you want to talk
Brother,
about Paul, or you want to just
now.
let it go?
Forget even please. I will be with you. Please, Paul did not exist. I don't care about Paul. Listen, that's for the shaitan.
Cool. So we can scratch him
Listen,
off
but-
too. Now we at your prophet. Let's do it. So
1 second,
Muhammad.
1 second. I want to say one more thing about Jesus.
Mhm.
Okay, about Jesus alayhi wasalam. The Tacitus, Josephus, they are recording how random people started believing in this man out of nowhere. How
Why
is
are
it
we
like
talking
you
about
start
Josephus and
believing?
Tacitus? We've already discussed that, brother.
Okay. But why are these documents talking about a man? Like, why are so many people believing in one man? Like, how out of nowhere so many people are so believing one guy?
But it's not out of nowhere. This is a second century. This is a second century literary creation.
Yeah, but if Jesus did not exist, why people believing in a lot of people believing in Jesus all of a sudden?
Brother, you don't understand how cultural anthropology tells us that people make shit up. That's what they do.
And there's a lot of people believe in it out of nowhere.
Yeah. Colonialism and forced conversion. Christianity really didn't take off until the Byzantine Roman Empire started forcing it on everybody. It was just a mundane cult, just like the rest. Until Constantine. Before Constantine, this wasn't that big of a deal until Constantine.
Okay.
And the Roman Empire forced this on posterity.
Brother,
so when you look around today and you see so many Christians, it's not because Jesus Christ was a real person. It's because
they forced to be Christian.
It's because of. Do you know what the word posterity means?
Never.
The word posterity means all future generations. And so Judaism, Christianity, and Islam was forced on posterity.
Okay. So about brother, I've never heard someone say these people don't exist. Okay.
Yeah.
So
no.
now
it takes courage, balls, and big nuts, and I got that.
Okay. Okay. I want to say one more thing about Paul. Okay, because it's historical record about Paul.
No, it's not. We didn't even get to Paul. But you're saying you keep saying historical record. We don't have any. No one that is contemporary to a Paul mentions him.
Brother, skip Paul. I don't care. Okay, now let's get to the beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
When was Muhammad born?
Muhammad was born 570 years after Jesus in
570.
Yes. This one I'm not sure. Maybe
in a city called what?
Mecca Mecca.
Cool. There was no Mecca in the 6th century.
Brother, what?
Pull it up. Pull it. Hey, hold up. Before you laugh, pull it up. Show me any contemporary mention record of a city called Mecca in the 6th century. Pull it up.
It wasn't called Mecca. It was called Bakka.
Pull it up. Because Muhammad ain't born in Bakka. He's born in Mecca. Pull up a contemporary source for Mecca. Go ahead.
Okay. No. I'm telling you. Can I speak?
Where does the Quran say he was born at? Where?
Mecca.
Okay. Are you familiar with the tradition in Islam where they said that Adam and Eve set up the first Kaaba? Okay, please stop cutting me off. Please stop cutting me off.
Okay.
Are you familiar with the tradition where Adam and Eve set up the first Kaaba in Mecca, and then Abraham took Ishmael and Hagar there and rebuilt it? What was it called when they rebuilt it?
When they rebuilt it, it's even in Bible. It was called Bakka.
According to the tradition, what was it called?
It was called Bakka. Then they changed it to Mecca.
No. When did they change it to Mecca?
When Abraham alayhi wasalam.
When did they change it? If you said when did they change it? When did they change it to Mecca?
When they changed the name to Mecca?
Yes, you're saying it was called something else. When did they change the name to Mecca?
They changed them very recently, after the Prophet died, I believe.
After he died.
No, they changed it to Becca after the Prophet Muhammad, not after Abraham.
Wait, you said they changed it to Becca or did they change it to Mecca?
They changed it to Mecca. It was initially Becca.
No.
You have even biblical record of this.
Mm-mm.
And Muhammad's body is in the ground in Saudi Arabia right now.
No, it's not.
Brother, who in the ground every year? Even me, I'm going in 2 weeks to Saudi. I'm going to Prophet Muhammad's grave.
You know they got tombs of Jesus too, right?
No, but no.
Jesus got Jesus got like 4 or 5 tombs, and he never existed. If Muhammad can get a tomb too.
No. But brother, when you go to the place, you will even feel that Prophet Muhammad is in the ground.
You said what now?
You will feel it that he's in the ground. Like when you go into Umrah, I'm going in 2 weeks. You will feel after you do the 7 rounds in the Kaaba, you will go to the Prophet Muhammad's graveyard. And Aisha.
No. I want you to think about something for a minute. If you and I agreed there was no Abraham, how can we then say that Abraham took his son to Mecca to set up the Kaaba?
No, we don't agree Abraham did not exist.
Yes, we did. Oh, yes, we did. We agree that Abraham did not exist.
No, because it's too long ago, too much. No evidence.
You literally
anymore.
said, okay, you said there's no evidence for Abraham, but I believe it. And I said, so can we scratch it off? And you said yes.
Yeah, I said scratch off because no evidence today.
Okay. There's never been any evidence of Abraham. So if there was no evidence of Abraham, then the Kaaba was not rebuilt by him. Ain't no Ishmael, ain't no Hagar, and ain't no Abraham.
Abraham alayhi wasalam, I told you I don't have evidence for existence. Forget about Abraham. Come back to Muhammad.
Okay, now that's exactly what you said 20 minutes ago. And I said, okay, if we're saying forget about Abraham, that means we're scratching him off the list. And you said, okay.
Okay, my question.
Then you said forget about Moses, and then we've already went through Jesus, and you said forget
Moses,
about Paul.
I gave you evidence for Moses, brother.
No, you did not.
Refused.
No, you did not. You gave me the Torah. You gave me the Torah. Please relax. The Torah is not evidence.
How not evidence?
Because it's full of mythology and fiction, and it's not contemporary to what they're writing about.
Okay, so how did Jews all of a sudden start worshiping monotheistic God after going from idol worshiping and going from unaliving each other?
I already explained that to you. If you look into the religious and cultural anthropology of these people, it explains exactly what you just asked me.
So they forced you to become Jew?
Me? No, my people were colonized by Christians.
No, where you from?
Where do I look like I'm from? You don't see this around my neck?
West Africa.
My people are from sub-Saharan Africa. They were colonized by Christians, forced to be Christian.
No, Africa.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, yes, Africa. But so even Africa, there's Muslims.
But let's lock in. We're on Muhammad.
There's Muslims in Africa.
You said what now?
Muslims live in Africa as well.
Yes.
But come back to Muhammad.
Because of colonialism.
No, we don't force Africa to be Muslim. They become Muslims for Allah.
You never heard of the Arab slave trade?
Brother, no.
You've never heard of the Arab slave trade where millions of Africans were abducted and trafficked and enslaved from the 7th century to the 20th century. You never heard of that?
But those, I'm talking about North Africa. The North Africa is not black.
Wow. I'm glad you said that. North Africa, the original ancient African Egyptians are black. The reason why you don't think they're black today is because during the Arab slave trade, the Arabs were castrating the black people. Do you know what castrating means?
No.
To castrate means to chop off someone's genitalia. They were chopping off black men's penises.
Right.
So we were not able to procreate with our own.
Why the benefits? What are the benefits?
Okay, hold up. Just relax. I'm trying to tell you something. They would castrate the men and they would have the women as their sex slaves. So as time progresses, you have an influx of black men who are castrated and black women who are procreating with Saracens or Arabs. That's why in 2026, y'all think that the ancient Egyptians are not black. It's because of these. First of all, it's because of these racist Egyptologists that went over there in the 18th century, and all of a sudden they started ramping up on the historicity of ancient Egypt based on the Bible. That's one. And two is because of the castration in the Arab slave trade. That's why y'all think they not black, because there's a lot of mixed breeds over there. Also, you have to take into consideration during the Hellenistic period, when the Ptolemaic dynasty came in, Alexander the Great, there was an influx of European and Greek and other races of people coming into North Africa. So today, y'all saying that they weren't black. Of course, the first European pharaoh is Ptolemy I. Every pharaoh before Ptolemy I is black. So the only reason why you think Egypt ain't black is because you don't know history. You don't understand what's happening.
Not even only Egypt, Algeria, Morocco, Libya.
That's not what you just said, brother. You said North Africa is not black, and that's not true.
But they don't look black to me.
You're not locked in.
I understand.
I just explained to you why they don't look black today, because the Europeans conquered them. The Europeans came in, and then some more Europeans came in. So in 2026, of course, you don't think they're black. You don't see no black people for real.
So the Arab, the ones there today?
The Ptolemaic dynasty did it first with Alexander the Greek. And then when the Arabs came in and took it from the Byzantine Empire, they castrated the men and they slept with the women. That's why you think they're not black. Okay,
so the ones who are in North Africa today, they're Arab, right?
They're mixed. Some of them Arab, some of them mixed, some of them Greek, some of them, some of them black. It's like mixed people there. But to say that the originals weren't black is crazy.
Okay, can we come back to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam?
Yes, let's come back. So okay,
so
there was no Abraham, so there's no way Abraham could have set up the Kaaba with his what they call him? What was Hagar? It was like his sex slave, his concubine, and his bastard son.
Astaghfirullah.
Yeah, he couldn't have set it up with them.
Brother, okay, so I'm telling you, Abraham alayhi salam, Moses, Jesus exist, but
you gotta prove it.
No proof for Abraham, some proof for Moses, so much proof for Jesus. Paul, I don't care, please don't exist. And Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, so much proof that I'm going in 2 weeks to his graveyard.
Mm-hmm. So when you look for evidence of Muhammad, the things that's gonna pull up, like the doctrine, I butcher his name every time. The Doctrina Jacobi, the reference by Thomas the Presbyter, the Syriac flyleaf, and then the Coptic guy.
What does this got to do with Muhammad?
Because when you look up evidence for Muhammad, this is what they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you the earliest evidence is the Doctrina Jacobi. They're going to say Thomas the Presbyter, and they're going to say what's the other guy's name?
Okay, brother. If you go to Saudi Arabia,
they're gonna bring up there's a Coptic bishop apparently in the 690s.
Yeah,
talking about but
I want your response.
When you look into that, those are not evidences of Muhammad, because according to y'all, you keep cutting me. I swear to God, I'm gonna move on if you don't stop cutting me off.
Okay.
According to y'all's tradition, Muhammad dies in 632, right?
I believe so.
Okay, when you look at these things that they're saying is evidence of a Muhammad, they're saying that there's a guy presently, there's an Arab prophet presently coming in 634, and Muhammad was already dead. These battles that took place in the late 630s, early 640s cannot be your Muhammad, because your Muhammad is already dead.
So different.
And also, I'm not done. When you dig into written Arabic didn't have vowels in the 6th and the 7th century. So it wouldn't have been the name Muhammad. It would have been the alias or the title Mahmed. And when we look into the title Mahmed, this is it's pre-Islamic, and there are Christians who, let me go back a little bit more. So are you familiar with the Mahmed in Song of Songs 5:16?
Yes.
Let's lock in. Let's lock in.
I was going to tell you. I was like, wow.
Okay, give me a second. So when you look at that reference in Song of Songs 5:16,
yes,
it's the beloved one, the most praised.
Yes.
If
Sorry.
I'm gonna put you on mute so I can tell you, then I'm gonna let you talk. Okay. When you go to Song of Songs 5:16, it mentions the most praised, the blessed, most beloved. In the Hebrew, it's the Machmet. Now, during the I be saying medieval period, but it's actually not medieval. I'm just gonna say the pre-medieval period, like the 4th century to like the 7th century. You have Christians who they did it incorrectly, but they repurposed this mention of a Machmet as a precursor for Jesus. Saint Ambrose, Origen, there's a couple others I can pull them up on the list. They took this reference in Song of Songs and they said it's about the Christ, or they said it's a precursor for Jesus. Now, don't come off mute and say nothing. Hold up. Now, when you look at the pre-Islamic written Arabic, there are no vowels, so it would have been Mahmed, MHMD. Pre-Islamic Arab Christians and pre-Islamic Christians that are like in Syria and all of that, they use this Mahmed as a title for the Messiah, right? Okay, now the references to a Mahmed are not about Muhammad. It's a title given to, according to Jews, it's a title given to the Messiah to come. And according to Christians, it's a title given to the Messiah that has come. And we know this because there is an inscription. There's a Jewish inscription from the 6th century. It's called the Jewish Himariah. Let me pull it up. Hold up. Okay, basically do this. Look up the Jewish rock inscription of 523 CE, and it's going to show you where they literally have most blessed by the Lord Mahmed. It's written on the rock, and the Jews used this as a reference for the Messiah to come, right? But the pre-Islamic Christians used it as a reference for Jesus. So, we know, and I was literally looking into this right before I went live. Arabs practice Judaism. Arabs, they practice they call them Ishmaelites. The Arabs practice Christianity. The pre-Islamic Arabs practice Judaism, and they also practice like this in a way like a Arab Hebrew Israelite thing where they're saying that they're first. Because according to the story, Ishmael was first. Ishmael comes before Isaac. So you have the Ishmaelites, the Arab Jews, and Arab Christians before Islam. And in the context of this inscription and in the context of what those pre-Islamic Christians wrote, the Mahmed is not about y'all's God. It's about the Messiah to come or the Messiah that has come. Now you can respond. Go ahead. That was a pause. Go ahead.
Okay, so in Song of Solomon 5:60, when it says Muhammad Dim, the Dim means respect in Hebrew, okay? And
hold up, you're talking too fast. What are you quoting?
The Muhammad Dim in the Torah, Song of Solomon 5:16.
Yeah.
It says you're showing Islam is true, brother. You know how?
Mm-hmm.
Because you said to me before Islam, the Arabic vowels was not there. So back when Muhammad was alive, they call him Muhammad Dim, just like Torah. So it means the Prophet has come.
No, I just explained to you what that. You weren't listening.
I listened to you.
You was not listening to me. No, you wouldn't.
That's what you're telling me, brother.
I just gave you the inscription from the 6th century that the Jewish rock inscription that shows that the Mahmed was let me pull it up. Jesus, man, you don't be listening to me. I just broke all this down for you, and then you went right back against it like I didn't just help you out. So I'm gonna go to it. It's the okay. I have it. So yeah, that ain't it. Wait, let me skip down some. Right here, there you go. Okay, so this is what the inscription says. It says, when you translate it, it says, "By the Lord of the Jews, by the Mahmed." That's what the 523 inscription says. But this is before Muhammad, and so pre-Islamic Jews is using the Mahmet to refer to by the Lord of the Jews, by the Mahmet. It's not about Muhammad, because the pre-Islamic, because there was no Muhammad at this time.
Yeah.
And they're using this, it's not a name. They're using this title to refer to someone else.
My argument is they are waiting for the Muhammad to come. This is why he's not exist yet.
Brother, the rock inscription literally says, by the Lord of the Jews, by the Mahmet.
What does this mean?
This means that remember, there was no written vowels in Arabic at this time. And so the pre-Islamic Jews are using this title to refer to someone else. The title predates your prophet. And I'm saying, when you look at the other references to a Mahmet, which is why I brought up the Doctrina Jacobi, Thomas the Presbyter, the Syriac Flyleaf, and the other thing. When you look at those references, it's not a Muhammad, it's a Mahmet. But we know this is not a name, it is an alias or a title. And remember what I told you, your Muhammad dies in 632. Those inscriptions and those mentions of a Mahmet, they're talking about the present day. There is a Mahmet that is rising up. Your dude was already dead. Wasn't talking about him.
So you're
mind you, the Sirah, the Sahaba, the Hadiths,
yes,
all of that shit comes later. So in between when your prophet dies and when they actually wrote this shit down, there are other mentions of a present day Mahmet amongst the Arabs.
So different Muhammad, two Muhammad.
I'm not saying a different Muhammad. I'm saying the guy that they're talking about is not your guy, because your guy is from listen to me. Your guy is from the southern part of Arabia. He's from Mecca and Medina. He's from the Hijaz, right?
Mm-hmm.
The battles that they're talking about in these references is 1,200 miles away from where your prophet is from.
So your it's another Muhammad.
It's not your Muhammad. It's not yours. It's someone else.
So is it okay? So I understand you're saying the Muhammad they're talking about is a different Muhammad. It's not my Muhammad.
It's not a person named Muhammad. It's a person with the title or an alias of a Mahmet.
I understand.
Okay, now let's lock in. If you study the medieval, I keep saying medieval, but it's actually it's like right before the medieval period. If you look into the Byzantine Roman history of that time frame, the 7th and the 6th century, you'll find that the part of listen to me now, the part of the world where these inscriptions and these battles take place today, it's Baghdad today. However, before it was called Baghdad, the kingdoms that were in that area were Arab Christians. You with me? If you look at a map today and you type in the Ghassanids and the Lakhmids, these are pre-Islamic Arab Christians that are in the exact same region as these inscriptions where these mentions of a Mahmet are. Remember what I just told you. The pre-Islamic Christians in this exact area, they refer to the Messiah that has come as the Mahmet because they incorrectly repurposed Song of Songs to talk about Jesus. Then I gave you the inscription of the Jews where they're saying that the Mahmet, they're using the title Mahmet for someone else before there was ever before y'all's prophet was born. Because your prophet was born in 570, the inscription is in 532. So the people in the area on a map, they were Christians. Hold on, let me put you on mute for a minute because you got a lot of the background noise. In that in the northern part of the Arabia, in the northern part of the Arabic world, the Arabic Peninsula, or the Levant, the Middle East, in that northern part that borders the Byzantine Roman Empire, where Turkey is, where Constantinople was, in that region, those Arabs between the Roman Empire and the Persian Empire, they're Christians. And so in that region, the Mahmet to those people is Christian. Remember what I told you. Those pre-Islamic Arabs, they're either Jews, Christians, or they're Ishmaelites. We know who the Jews thought. Remember, the Jews said the Messiah hasn't come, so their Mahmed, either they're using the term to refer to somebody else, and the Christians are saying that their Messiah has come, so they're using the Mahmed to refer to Jesus. There is no Islam, but they're using the title and the alias Mahmed.
Okay, wait.
So when we're talking about these battles that take place in 634 and 636 and 640s, right in that region, 1,200 miles away from your prophet is from, he was already dead. There's no way they're talking about your guy.
Okay, I got a question. Wait, I got a question.
Go
So
ahead.
you're saying the Jews are the Christians, they already accept the Muhammad as Jesus, correct? But now
No,
the Jews,
they're saying you're not listening. You're not locked.
no, you said I heard you.
It's not a name. It's a title given to
Yes.
the most praised, the blessed one, the anointed one, the Messiah, aka the Christ.
I understand. Forget about Christians.
Okay.
I'm
go
asking you for the Jews. The Jews, they are waiting for a Muhammad. Sir, correct? The Muhammad,
They're waiting. They're waiting
Yeah,
for
please.
They're waiting for a. Okay, so listen. I may have spoken incorrectly. So the Mahmed to the Jews is not the Messiah. It is the blessed one, the praised one.
A prophet.
The Christians took
Beautiful.
the Christians took Song of Songs and incorrectly repurposed it to mean the Messiah, Jesus
I
Christ.
agree. Wait, I agree.
So
I
the
agree.
Jews didn't use it wrong. The Christians used it wrong.
Okay, forget about
Okay.
Christian. One
No,
second,
because
one
okay, go ahead.
Okay, 1 second. I want to focus on the Jew. I want to ask you a question about the Jew.
Okay.
So the Christian, they use Muhammad wrong way. But the Jew, they are waiting for a Muhammad, a prophet, the blessed one, right?
Yes.
One day, when the Jews are saying we're waiting for a Muhammad, did the Prophet Muhammad, was he born yet?
No.
So how do we not know the Prophet, they're talking about the Prophet Muhammad?
Because the title predates him.
What does this mean?
This means that they were already referring to people as the Mahmed, or they were already talking about the Mahmed before Muhammad. And right after Muhammad dies, they're still talking about a present day Arab Saracen who has led these armies. And it's not your Muhammad because your guy is dead. According to the story, your guy is already dead.
But you said he
Because
was
there is
born.
no contemporary mention
How
of
did he die if he's not even born yet?
That's what you're not listening. The pre-Islamic Jews used the Mahmed to refer to someone else, and the pre-Islamic Christians used the Mahmed to refer to someone else. We're talking about two separate groups. Your guy, there's no contemporary mention of a Mecca, Medina, or your guy. So there's no way they're talking about your guy because your guy is from Southern Arabia. Their guy is in Baghdad, 1,200 miles away. Can't be the same guy. The people who wrote about your prophet, they're not from Mecca, they're not from Medina, they're not from Southern Arabia. They're 1,200 miles up north in the middle of the Persian and Roman Empire in fucking like northern Iraq, Baghdad. They're not from Mecca, they're not from Medina, and information don't travel that far that fast. There's no way they're talking about your guy. Because Muhammad, according to y'all story, Muhammad dies in May of 632, right?
Yes. So
battles and wars and shit break out in June of 632.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, 1 second then.
And so also there's a guy.
So the Jews are still waiting for the Muhammad?
Do they think the Messiah has come?
No.
Okay, then I just told you that the Jews are not the one that said that the Mahmed was the Messiah. The Christians are the ones that said that. Listen to me. The Christians took Song of Songs 5:16 and they said it was about Jesus.
Yes.
That's not what the Jews said. That's what the Christians said.
Yes.
But also because the Jews are using the Mahmed as a title, and the Christians are saying the Mahmed is Jesus.
Yeah.
So when we look at that inscription in the 6th century by the Jews, it's like a title for like a blessed person or some shit, like the most loved, beloved person.
You are
because when I pulled up the inscription, what does it say? It says by the Lord of the Jews, by the Mahmed.
Yeah, yeah. You're
The
scaring me,
Christians
bro.
are the pre-Islamic Christians are the ones in that region who are using the Mahmet wrong.
Okay. So okay. Okay, I understand.
Okay, now, so when these, but you have to understand. Remember, I told you that you have to look into Byzantine Roman history to understand what was going on at that time and why these Arab armies would have erupted out of northern Arabia to attack the Byzantine Roman Empire. So that takes us to a Roman emperor by the name of Heraclius I. Okay, Heraclius I listen to me now, in 632. He commissioned forced baptism on all Jews in the Byzantine Roman Empire. That means he forced them to be baptized in Christianity, empire wide. Look it up. In 632, Heraclius I forced baptisms on all Christians.
So he forced people to become Christian.
Yes.
How?
I just told you. I'm assuming that he probably had his army generals go region to region, forcing the Jews to be baptized in Christianity. Right after, there's three things he did. He forced baptism on all Christians in the Byzantine Roman Empire. He also published what's known as the Ectheis, Ectheis, and he also withdrew and stopped paying money to the Christian Arab states that he was okay, let me say this. So there's this Christian Arab state called the Ghasanids. It's a kingdom. They were aligned with the Byzantine Roman Empire, and the Romans were paying them money. So Heraclius I forced baptism on the Jews, came out with the Ectheis that basically condemned Monophysitism, which is the version of Christianity that the Arabs practice, and he stopped paying money, subsidies, to his Arab Christian buffer state between his kingdom and the Persian Empire. When he did those three things, right around this time is where all these battles and wars take place. Right, literally, as he's doing this, you have Arabs rising up and attacking the Byzantine Roman Empire. This goes together.
Okay.
And I'm saying that when you look it up in history, they're going to tell you that these Arab armies were Muslim. It wasn't no Islam, wasn't no Muslim, wasn't no Muhammad. And how do we know this? Because there's a guy who publishes a polemic, or he publishes his works in the 730s. His name is John of Damascus in the 730s. He's publishing his work talking about these Saracens. And the title of his work is not the heresy of the Muslims, the heresy of Islam. It's the heresy of the Ishmaelites. And his claim was that y'all's movement started as a Christian heresy. That's what John of Damascus said in 730 AD CE. He said that the movement of those Arabs started as a Christian heresy. The reason why he's saying that is because that is true, because those Arab armies were Christians. And I'm assuming from my understanding that these Ishmaelites, these Arab Christians, and these Arab Jews banded together and took over and attacked the Byzantine Roman Empire.
Okay.
Because remember, your prophet, if you go and read the Doctrina Jacobi, it's literally talking about, it says, it mentions a Saracen prophet, but it does not mention Muhammad. The reason why scholars and historians are saying this is mentioning Muhammad is because they don't know about the Byzantine Roman history that's taking place parallel to what's going on. So when they see Saracen prophet amongst the Arabs, they're thinking automatically Muhammad. When I see Saracen prophet amongst the Arabs, I know that these people are Christians in that area on a map.
What type of Christianity is it? Are they worshiping Jesus?
So the type of Christianity that the Arabs practice is a little bit different from what the people practice today. Because in Islam, y'all don't accept no Trinity. You can't make images of, y'all don't accept no Trinity. You can't make images of the prophet. And Jesus is not the Son of God in Islam. Those three things are fact, right?
100%.
The version of Christianity that the Arabs practice, they don't do no Trinity. They don't make images of Jesus Christ, and they're saying that Jesus Christ's human nature has been absorbed by his God nature. It's called, if you look it up in history, they call it monophysitism.
What does this mean? Jesus is God or not?
So the pre-Islamic Christians, the pre-Islamic Arabs, they are practicing Christianity. So they do believe in Jesus, but it's a different Christology, right? The Byzantine Roman Empire, they said that Jesus Christ is fully God and fully man.
Yeah.
The version of Christianity that was introduced to these Arabs is a version of Christianity where the Christology is that Jesus Christ's human nature has been absorbed. So they did not accept a human Jesus. You understand?
No.
We're not talking. Don't get lost in the Islam thing. We're not talking about Islam yet. We're talking about.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying the Arab Christians were different from the other Christians, but they believe Jesus was not absorbed by God. So they don't believe Jesus existed.
You're not listening. You're not fucking listening. Stop. I'm gonna put you on mute. I'm gonna explain it one more time. Just listen to me. Don't get caught up in the Islam sauce yet, because we're not talking about Islam. This is like the 5th century. There wasn't no Islam yet. So, the pre-Islamic Arab Christians, they practice what's known as monophysitism. Monophysitism, it is Christianity, but it is not the same as the Byzantine Chalcedonian Christianity. So when you look at what was happening, that's why I tell people you got to study the Byzantine history to understand this history. When you look at what was going on with the Byzantine Roman Empire, they had the first 7 ecumenical councils: Council of Nicaea, Council of Nicaea, Council of Constantinople, Council of Ephesus, Council of Chalcedon, Council of Constantinople II, Council of Constantinople III, Council of Nicaea II. When you look at these ecumenical councils, you have Christians who do not agree on the nature and the Christology of Jesus. There's Nestorianism, there's Eutychianism, and then there's Chalcedonian Diaphysitic Christianity. The father of monophysitism, his name is Eutyches. The version of Christianity that he believed in, he said that Jesus Christ's human nature has been absorbed. And so if we modulate, there's a Roman emperor by the name of Justinian I. His wife, Theodora, she sympathized with the monophysite Christians. And so what had happened was, there is an Arab king by the name of Harinth ibn Gabala. He asked her in 543, he asked Theodora to send someone to evangelize to his Arab people. She commissioned a man by the name of Jacob Baradaeus to go and spread monophysite Christianity to the Arabs. If you look over there right now, they have what's known as the Jacobite Church. It's named after the guy who she sent to. You trying to talk and you're not fucking listening. Bitch, listen. Stop coming off mute and fucking listen. God damn. Because you're going to ask me a stupid ass question that I'm answering. Listen. Shit. The man who set up the Jacobite Church, his name is Jacob Baradaeus. He was commissioned by Empress Theodora to spread this different version of Christianity to the Arabs. The version of Christianity that he spread amongst the Arabs is the version of Christianity that the Byzantine Roman Empire is actively persecuting and trying to get rid of. So the Arabs in northern Arabia are practicing a version of Christianity that is condemned by the Byzantine Roman Empire, which is why when Heraclius I forced baptism on those Jews, he comes out with the Ectheists and he cuts funding and ties with the Ghassanids. They get mad and they erupt out of northern Arabia. Now you can fucking, if you say some shit I answered because you wouldn't fucking listen, I'm gonna drop you and I'm gonna move on. Go ahead.
Brother, please, you're funny. Calm down, okay? I'm saying to you, I understand what you're saying, but you say this woman sent this man and she was telling them to spread different Christianities, huh? Correct?
Yes.
Why this woman is doing this if she's a different type of Christian? What's she benefits?
I'm about to answer the question. Do not come off, go on mute because I'm about to answer the question. Justinian wanted to practice what's known as let me put it like this. Basically, Justinian wanted to control the church and the state. And so they felt it's better to have a all Christian nation than, they felt that it was better to have a Christian empire than to have like these random ass polytheists and other religions. They wanted the entire Byzantine Roman Empire to practice Chalcedonian Christianity. However, Empress Theodora, she felt remember what I told you, she was a Monophysite sympathizer. She sympathized with the Monophysites. So she felt, well, if she sympathizes with the Monophysites, it'll strengthen the relations between the Chalcedonian Christians and the Monophysite Christians, so they can come together under Byzantine Roman Empire under Justinian I, because he wanted full ecclesiastical authority and he wanted full control of his empire, all of it. He wanted everything to fall under him. And so they're trying to Christianize everybody. How do we know this? Because if you look up what's called the Nika riots in the 530s, after the Nika riots, they have the Council of 532, where he is trying to get these people that he just kicked their ass. He's trying to get these people to reconcile to his version of Christianity, to unite Christendom. That's what he wanted. And so that Arab king that I was telling you about, he basically wanted to do business. You pay me, I pay you. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. So he asked her to send someone to spread it. They're trying to unite Christendom. That's the answer to your question. That's why they spread Christianity amongst those Arabs. They're trying to
makes sense,
because they're actively fighting against the Persians at that time. And so because they're fighting against the Persians, the Arabs in the middle of the Persians and the Roman Empire, they're both sides. If you look up the Church of the East, the Lachemids practice Nestorianism. Remember what I told you earlier about Nestorianism? The Lachemids practice Nestorianism, and the Ghassanids practice Monophysite Christianity. But they're in the middle of Persia and Rome. Okay. And Persia and Rome are fighting, and the Arabs in the middle are both Christian buffer states for the opposing side.
Makes sense. Okay, I understand. You answered my question. But this is all before the Prophet Muhammad, sah? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so when Prophet Muhammad come and born, how Islam spread?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There was no Prophet Muhammad. That's fiction.
So how Islam spread? How all of a sudden Middle East? How Arab Christian become Muslim from yesterday now?
If you there's a book that you should actually read. It's called. Tell me. There's a book you should read. It's called The Historical Origins of Islam, and it's written by Walter Williams. He shows you. He gives you the dates. He gives you the places. He gives you the names, and he gives you the progression of Islam from Monophysite Christianity to, as we modulate and we go on the timeline, he shows you how it turns into they refer to it. Now, this is not a term that I would use, but this is what the people who wrote about it use. They refer to it as Muhammadanism. And so Muhammadanism is basically what you had before there was a Orthodox Islam. And so when you look at these Arab Christians, because they speak Arabic, they speak Arabic. They refer to the Christian God as Allah, and they use the title Mahmed to refer to the Anointed One. So what we have is, during that medieval period, there wasn't no Islam yet. There was no Orthodox Islam. These are still Monophysite Christians, or as the enemy would call them, they're practicing Muhammadanism at that time. Islam comes a little later, because all of those hadiths and all that shit not contemporary. So you can't say there was an Orthodox Islam in because according to y'all's tradition, the Quran and all that shit was standardized in 661 CE. There's a book you can read. It's called Did Muhammad Exist? And it's written by Robert Spencer. In that book, the third chapter, he has the chapter's titled Jesus the Muhammad. And when you go to that chapter and you read it, in the 7th century, these caliphate that they're saying are Islamic, they're minting crosses on their coins. And they're in the vague references to a Mahmet cannot be tied to your Muhammad, because remember, this is a title, not a name.
Yes.
Why are, if Orthodox Islam is officially set in stone in 661, where they're saying Jesus is not the Son of God, and they're very strict on their monotheism and all of these things, why do they have crosses on their coins in the 7th and the 8th century? I know the answer to that question, but people who don't study what was going on before Islam, they don't know the answer to that question. And I'm saying it's because they were monophysite Christians.
Okay. So when was Quran written?
So that's a tricky question, because those earlier manuscripts, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong. Damn, why I keep doing that? Y'all's prophet is mentioned 4 times in the Quran, right? Is it 4 times?
I believe, yeah. And Jesus mentioned 23, maybe.
Mm-hmm. And why do you think that is? But Lock-in, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. So,
and it gives you more chance Islam is true. Like, I tell you why.
Okay, so what you have to understand is, if you go to I swear to God, I'm a butcher this shit, and it's okay. If you go to the Mao manuscript, the Samarkand manuscript, the Petropolitanus manuscript, the Sanaya manuscript, and the Trocapi manuscript, these are your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that they're saying is your earliest Quranic manuscripts or whatever like that. Ain't no written vowels. So the 4 times that they mention a Mahmet, again, this cannot be y'all's prophet, because that is a title for who, according to these pre-Islamic Arabs? Who is that a title for?
The Jews, the Messiah.
No. I said pre-Islamic Christians.
The Jews, the Prophet.
I said pre-Islamic Christians. The pre-Islamic Christians use the Mahmet to refer to who?
Allah.
No, nigga, Jesus.
Yes, so because Jesus, yes.
Right. So a lot of what's in your Quran today is pulled from the Bible.
You're saying they copied from Bible?
Yes, because it's a derivative of Christianity. So of course they're going to copy from the literature that they know. Abraham's in there, Moses in there, the fall of man is in there, Jesus in there, Mary in there. You said Jesus is mentioned 20 times. The title Mahmet was only 4.
But the problem is, if Prophet Muhammad, when he read in the Quran, if he is trying to get like benefit from this, he will like mention himself all over the place.
What did I just tell you about the Prophet? Ain't no Muhammad in this. Ain't no Muhammad, because there was no. His tradition rests on.
Put Quran together.
Who you think put it together?
You telling me?
Everything y'all know. Because when you go to school to study Islam, everything y'all know come from a man by the name of Ibn Ashaq, right? You know who Ibn Ashaq is?
I heard of him.
Ibn Ashaq is the guy who they say wrote the earliest biography of Muhammad, right? Right?
Okay.
We don't have anything from an Ibn Ashaq.
He don't exist?
I didn't say he doesn't exist. I said we don't have anything from an Ibn Ashaq. The guy who wrote, now let's modulate. The guy who writes down what Ibn Ashaq said, his name is Ibn Hisham. We don't have anything from an Ibn Hisham either. The guy who's quoting the Ibn Hisham, if I get his name correct, is hold up. Wait, dang. I got it in my notes, but I'm gonna look it up so I can. Did I get it right in my head? I did get it right. I was right in my head. And I second guessed it, and I should have just won what I said. So yes, we don't have any literature from Ibn Hisham. No, I mean Ibn Hishaq. Ibn Hishaq, according to y'all's tradition, according to what they have, they're saying Ibn Hishaq is writing in. No, he dies. Let me go to my notes, because my notes is better than My notes is better than the internet. I wrote this shit down perfect. Hold up. Hold up.
Okay.
All right, hold up. So yeah, so Ibn Ashaq, they're saying he Ibn Ashaq dies, according to y'all, he dies in the 8th century, 765. Okay. And so we don't have anything from an Ibn Ashaq. And then we go to Ibn Hisham, who he dies in 833. That's the 9th century. We don't have his manuscripts either. We don't have manuscripts from Ibn Ashaq or Ibn. Why does my mic keep doing that shit, bro? Damn. We don't have
Maybe they
anything.
lost.
Hold up. We don't have anything from Ibn Ashaq or Ibn Hisham. But that's 8th and 9th century. Wait, is that's 8th and then the 10th century? No, 9th century. Yeah. Because that's the 765. And then Ibn Hisham dies in 833. We don't have any of their manuscripts. What we do have is an 11th century manuscript from a guy by the name of Al-Tabari who wrote down what Ibn Hisham said. But Ibn Hisham, according to what I looked up, according to the scholars and historians, Ibn Hisham wrote down what Ibn Ashaq said, but he took out shit that he didn't like. And so off rip, we're dealing with compromised, tainted proof. So we don't have Ibn Ashaq, Ibn Hisham, but we do have Al-Tabari, who is who was Al-Tabari? Al-Tabari is he dies in 923. So that's 10th century. But this is where y'all get y'all biography of this Muhammad guy. And so if y'all's biography is somebody writing what somebody else said, quoted by somebody else, and we don't have the originals, it's not looking too good. Why don't we have in the 9th and the 8th century, the writing material was way better. Why we don't have the original manuscripts? We don't got shit. And so when you start that, and then when you talk about like, because I'm saying that y'all's Quran is nothing more than a hodgepodge and an Arab version of some biblical shit, which is also what John of Damascus, he wrote that this Christian heresy, the guy who he was referring to, said he had 4 books. If I can go to hold up.
No, Quran is not copied from Bible.
I'm not talking about the Quran. We're talking about John of Damascus and something else right now. Hold up.
From Allah.
Yeah. You know Allah, that's made up. Oh, that's made up. Yeah. So
who creates you?
Who created me? No,
Yeah.
hold up. We ain't get, don't do that. Don't do me like that.
Allah made you, brother.
No, don't do that. Yeah, it says, so listen to this. This is what John of Damascus wrote. He said after, a false prophet called Mahmud sprung up among them, who after conversing with an Arian monk concerning the Old and New Testament, fabricated his own heresy. That's what John of Damascus wrote in 730.
Who this?
John of Damascus is a Christian who was he worked for the caliphate, and then when he retired, he wrote this.
He's Christian. Of course, he doesn't like Muhammad. Of course, he's going to be against Muhammad. Of course, he might lie about Muhammad. Why I trust this man?
What I'm saying is, Christians, Muslims, y'all, all you niggas lie. So I'm just going off Christians lie, Muslims lie.
Muslims don't lie. It's haram.
Jews lie. Everybody fucking lying. So I'm just telling you, Muslims do lie, brother. So and plus y'all's, if you saying Christians lie, everything y'all have is based off them. Y'all shit based off the Bible.
Astaghfirullah, bro.
So if the Christians and the Jews lying, y'all lying too,
brother. Okay, I want to ask one more question about.
But hold up, I want to read to you what he said. Damn.
But then after I want to ask one question about Muhammad and go back to Isa alayhi wasalam.
Muhammad didn't do what?
I want to go back to Isa or Jesus.
Why?
No, because I have some evidence now. I search up.
For Jesus, brother, you already said Tacitus and Josephus. That's not evidence.
No, too much evidence for Jesus. And Muhammad, listen, okay, when I go to Saudi, yeah, why? Who is in the ground? No one.
Bro, they got 5 tombs of Jesus, I think. And
But no,
the new one-
Jesus
they
never-
got a new one too.
Jesus never died, brother. I'm talking about Muhammad. He died. And he's in the ground in Saudi.
Brother,
Jesus is in heaven. He's coming
ain't
back.
no contemporary evidence for no Muhammad.
What will he do when Jesus come back?
Ain't no. All right, now we getting off the rails. Let's go
Okay.
back to what we was talking about.
Okay, listen. What about Muhammad? Okay, after this,
Yeah, we still on him. So y'all's Quran,
Alayhi wasallam.
your Quran, your Hadith, your Sahaba, your Sirah, your Tafsir, all that shit is late. And y'all's earliest manuscripts is medieval, 12th century, 13th century. It's late. All that shit is late. What they have today is late. And when you go and look up the biography of Muhammad, that guy who wrote that shit, if you look up the life of Muhammad, it's a book, and it's written by Alfred Guillaume, who is, again, they're saying he's quoting Ibn Ashaq and Ibn Hisham, but the manuscript that they used to write the biography of Muhammad is like from the 12th, 13th century. So no one has the originals of any of this shit. And all these biographies start coming out about a Muhammad like 200 years ago. Before that, nobody thought to compile and put together, you know what I'm saying? This shit, the manuscript that they're using they're 600 years too late.
Okay.
And I'm saying, like, I can see if some of the manuscripts didn't survive. We talking about, I mean, across the board. If we go through the Hadith that they say they got, the Sahaba that they say, if we go through the list, because I got them all wrote down. If we go through all these bitches, they're saying that they're written in the 7th and the 8th century. And when we look for what is your earliest manuscript for any of this shit? 300, 400, 500 years too late.
Okay, why?
And when I looked up, why these motherfuckers don't got none of the original? They talking about oral tradition and all this bullshit. I ain't going for that. No.
Okay, one second.
If this nigga existed and they wrote about him right after he died, where is y'all physical proof? And they don't got it.
Okay, in history,
I'm not going off no oral transmission because nigga, I don't remember what I said yesterday. No.
Okay, in history, who is the man who died in Medina?
Wasn't no Mecca or no Medina in 7th, 6th century.
Brother, okay, one thing.
Go and read Patricia Crone's book. No, Patricia Crone, who was an authority on Mecca and the trade, the Mecca and Medina trade. In her writings, in I don't know what she work at right now, but she got a chair somewhere in one of these schools. Y'all love scholars until the scholars say some ain't real. Now everybody, well, I don't want to go. No, the scholars say this shit ain't real. And she has proof, but see, it ain't just a scholarly consensus. She went all through trying to find contemporary proof of a Mecca and Medina, and there is none.
Okay.
Secular, Islamic, nothing. Ain't none there. It was she called it a barren place. It was a barren fucking place when they're saying it was the trade hub of Arabia and Muhammad was there and he's doing all this bullshit. Ain't no evidence of none of that.
Okay.
Y'all's prophet is from Mecca who goes to Medina, and then he has the Mi'raj. He has the Mi'raj where he goes up to the 7th heaven, meet Moses. Stop talking, because I'm trying to give you something. They said he's from Mecca, went to Medina, had a revelation from the angel Gabriel, went up to the motherfucking 7th heaven, stopped on the 5th one, talked to Moses, and then came down. That's what you niggas believe in?
100%.
Wasn't no Moses. Abraham didn't exist. Moses didn't exist. So if the tradition of Muhammad is saying he went up to the 7 heavens and met a Moses, somebody's fucking lying.
No, because Moses, how will you see Muhammad go into the heavens, brother? God is taking him to the heavens. But
ain't no God. All that's made up. It's fiction. But let's lock in.
This is when he was meeting Moses in the heaven.
The guy who compiled the Hadith, the sayings and all that shit of Muhammad, they said this nigga compiled 600,000 and he dwindled it down to 7,300. There's no way you believe that. There's no way you believe a nigga memorized off the mouth 600,000 and then dwindled it down to 7,300. There's no way you believe that.
Who's that?
Bukhari, al-Bukhari. You know who that is?
Yes, okay, yes. 1 second.
That's not even physically possible, humanly possible.
I don't understand you, okay? Muhammad, the man who... wait. Forget about Muhammad. The land... You're telling me Mecca and Medina did not exist. Do you know every land has different name? But the name changed, but the land...
Does it say Muhammad is from... Does it say Muhammad is from some other shit? Or does it say Mecca and Medina?
It's talking about the land. Specific land still exists. It don't move. Land don't move. Land is stayed there 100 years, 1,000 years. Land is there forever. What I'm trying to tell you is the land, it can be London, it can be called Egypt, it can be called whatever you want, but land is remaining there. They change the name every time. You understand? So maybe it was not called Mecca, maybe it was called America, but now it's Mecca.
No, and when you look it up, the crazy part is when you look it up, and Walter Williams talks about this in his book. They're saying that there's a guy by the name of Ptolemy. There's a Ptolemy who mentions Mecca Roba or some shit in like the 170s, 180s, but wasn't no which Ptolemy he's talking about.
Huh?
Anybody mention the tradition is saying that a guy named Ptolemy mentions y'all's Makkah or some shit. No, he does not. Who the fuck is this Ptolemy? They don't even give us who is this guy that they saying mentions this. No.
Okay.
I'm saying it wasn't no Meccan trade hub in Yemen, wasn't no Meccan trade hub in Southern Arabia at the time of no Prophet Muhammad. No. There's no evidence for any of the shit he did in that part of the Arabic world while he was alive.
Okay. Muhammad did not exist.
I'm not, I mean, if we look, because you know, when it comes to Jesus, what would we ask for? We would ask for, give me some extra biblical. If I ask you to give me something outside of Islamic literature that demonstrates Muhammad, the things that they're going to give you is not about Muhammad. I'm telling you, because which is what I was listing earlier. The things that they're going to give you as evidence for a Muhammad outside of Islamic tradition is talking about the Mahmed, and the Mahmed is not Muhammad. That's not who y'all believe. Y'all don't believe in no Mahmed, which is a title or an alias. Y'all believe in a guy named Muhammad who's from Mecca, went to Medina, and dies in 632.
Yes. So, can I ask you one more question about Muhammad? In Saudi Arabia right now, any man in the ground or no man?
Hey, but you believe that an illiterate man from the desert was revealed a whole fucking Quran by an angel out the
That's
Torah.
miraculous, yes.
That's what you believe?
That's the miraculous part about it,
Sir,
yes.
the Torah is fiction.
Astaghfirullah. No, brother, let's answer. Who's in the ground?
The traditions of Islam are fiction because it's based off of fiction, mythology, superstition, and folklore.
No one in ground?
No.
So what's history saying this man died?
Bro, they don't even let you go. Man, look, y'all believe anything. I swear to God. Ain't nobody in that ground. I told you Jesus got, if Jesus got 5 tombs, gang.
Okay, so why I go to Saudi Arabia? Why I feel like someone in the ground?
They want you to spend your money, I guess.
So you're saying the government, okay, so the government, they know that he's not in the ground?
I mean, they probably don't know, but I'm just looking for the evidence that he was real. And what's crazy is that the evidence for Muhammad is actually weaker than the evidence for Jesus.
No.
Yes. Because they start writing about
maybe Moses.
Jesus, according to them, Jesus dies in 33, right? The earliest physical manuscript of the gospel is dated to the 3rd century. So that's like 270 years. Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Not 270. That's like 170 years later. That ain't bad.
Okay.
The P52 is dated to the top of the 3rd. So that's like 170 years later. Muhammad dies in 632. We don't have anything from him until like 19th century. So
Okay, forget about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Go back to Jesus. I
Why?
just searched up. No, because no, Muhammad exists. I did not say no exists. I'm saying I just searched something about.
You haven't given me any evidence that Muhammad existed, though.
No, for Jesus, there's new evidence I found.
Go ahead.
There's evidence that he existed. He was Jewish teacher in 1st century.
Are you reading? No. What is the evidence? Don't give me the script.
Okay,
what they saying is evidence.
The Pliny the Younger.
Pliny the Younger does not mention a Jesus. Why do they keep restricting me every time I had this conversation? No, don't restrict my shit. No, Pliny the Younger don't mention no fucking Jesus, nigga.
What about the Suetonius?
He don't mention Jesus either. What did they say? You tell me what they said.
It's saying historical consensus is Jesus existed, Jewish teacher, 1st century in Judea. He was baptized by John the Baptist. He was crucified under Pontius Pilate. No, why you denying this history?
Because Pliny the Younger doesn't mention a Jesus. He doesn't. He mentions these Christians that he don't know what to do with them. The Christ, listen, because I tried to explain this earlier when we was talking about Jesus. The Christ and the Christians or the Christians and the Christos, that is not exclusive to Jesus because the title predates him and it was given to other people and other gods. It's not exclusive to your Jesus. Just because you have Christians and a Christ and a Christos or a Crest or a Creston or a Crestus or any of that shit does not automatically mean your Jesus. Because the Christ predates him and he doesn't exist. He wasn't a real person. You can have Christianity without a Jesus. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Anyone who was called Christ or given the title Christ, their followers would be what? Christians. So it ain't exclusive to Jesus.
Wait, I just found something. Wait, you said Muhammad when he died in 632.
That's what y'all say.
Okay, and you said there's no evidence for this man until when?
Well, they're saying Ibn Ashaq he dies in the 8th century, but we don't have anything from him. And then they say Ibn Asham wrote down what he said, so that's 9th century. We don't have anything from him, but we do have Al-Tabari. Who?
Sebeos, Sebeos, in 660s names Muhammad and describes him as a leader who taught believe in the God of Abraham.
Who?
Sebeos.
Who is that?
It's a document, is a non-Muslim source describing that Muhammad in 660s.
660 what?
CE.
660?
660 SCE.
Your Muhammad dies in 632.
Yes, but this one is giving us evidence that he did exist. You know how document comes after, like Titus come after.
What's the name? What's the name of it?
Sebeos.
SEB what?
Sebeos. Teaching that Muhammad come to
knows that Muhammad. What? Hold on.
yes.
I'm trying to read what it says about this thing. Hold up. Okay, it says he described Muhammad as a merchant who appeared to the Arabs as a preacher by God's command. Muhammad taught them to recognize the God of Abraham and unify the Arab tribe. Legislation and CBOs knows that Muhammad gave laws. Hold up. Okay, hold up. It says 7th century Armenian bishop and historian Cebios describes Muhammad, who was called Mahmed, as an active contemporary prophet and preacher who emerged during the lifetime of his followers. So I'm trying to see, because remember what I told you about what the who and what the Mahmed is. If you look at how it's spelled, the Pahlavi spelling uses a T and the Arabic uses a D. But so again, let me see. Because I'm trying to see. Hold on. Because when you look for okay, so it says that his works was his text, commonly known as the History of Heraclius, was composed around 661, as he was an eyewitness to the sudden and dramatic expansion of the Arab Empire. And so, people remember what I told you about people who are mentioning the Mahmed or the Mahmet during that time period. It's not y'all's Muhammad. Any of these references to a Mahmed is not y'all's guy, because when we look at if your Muhammad existed at this time and he's talking about your Muhammad, what's the guy's name? John of Damascus? John of Damascus, when he writes his heresy against the Ishmaelites, he would have mentioned your Muhammad, or he would have mentioned Islam, he would have mentioned Muslims, and he does not. I know he's a Christian, but I'm saying he's writing about what is actively happening with these Arab armies in the caliphate. He don't mention your guy. And this guy is talking about what was going on during Heraclius' time. And so we know during his time was no Islam at that time. These mentions, because okay, remember what I told you about the earlier mentions of Muhammad? They're mentioning the Mahmed during the battles and stuff like that in the 630s, 640s. Those people are talking about an active dude with the title Mahmed, and they're not talking about y'all's guy, because y'all's guy is 1,200 miles away and he's already dead. So if this guy is writing about what's happening during those battles, during Heraclius, it cannot be your guy either, because he's talking about the battles that take place after. Remember what I told you earlier about what the three things Heraclius I did. He's talking about what happened during that time. And during that time, those battles, Muhammad was already dead according to y'all's tradition. So when you look at the tradition of Muhammad coming out of Mecca and Medina, remember who I told you wrote that down. The guy who wrote down what Muhammad did, he never went to Mecca or Medina, and he's in Baghdad. If you look at on the region on the map where the people who are writing about your Muhammad is from, it's too far away. There's no way they're talking about your Muhammad. Because remember, your Muhammad dies in 632. And all of this stuff happened, what Heraclius did and all that stuff, this is 634, 636. The people in that region on the map never went to Mecca or Medina.
Yeah.
They cannot be talking about your guy.
But why when I search up it says about Prophet Muhammad, why did it give me this?
Because when we as we modulate through history, the scholars and the historians are saying, "Oh, this is a reference to a Muhammad," because who else would have emerged? I mean, this is reference to Muhammad because who else would have emerged from the Saracens to attack the Byzantine Roman Empire? The reason why they're asking that question, they're literally attributing this to Muhammad because they can't explain it any other way. And I'm saying if you study Byzantine Roman history, medieval, 5th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th century of what's happening in Rome, the Roman Empire, you will understand exactly who this is, why the Arabs would have attacked, and where they would have come from. And so when we look at this guy, his work, this stuff he's wrote down is compiled in 661, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when we look at what he's talking about the Arab conquest and stuff like that. Those Arab conquests is the shit that's happening in the 630s, 640s. You understand?
Yes.
Right? That cannot be y'all's Muhammad. Y'all's Muhammad is dead. If you look at the battles of, they call it the Battle of something. Hold on. The Battle of Yarmouk. The Battle of Yarmouk in 636, where basically, you know, they defeat these battles between the Romans and the Arabs. The Arabs defeated the Byzantines at this battle. But this is 636. Y'all's guy dies 4 years earlier in 632. But if you look at the Syriac flyleaf, it's talking about this Arab prophet is leading them presently in 636. Not y'all's guy. The Arabs of the Muhammad. That's what it says.
Yeah.
And so those battles that take place, it's like it falls right after he dies, according to the tradition. It cannot be him. And so the CBO's guy, I'm glad you told me about him. I gotta add him to the list just in case somebody else bring him up. But his shit is compiled. He's talking about what's happening during Heraclius 1. I just told you, I gave you the breakdown of Heraclius before we looked him up. Before we looked up CBO's, I told you exactly what was happening under this Roman emperor's reign. I gave you the whole timeline. So there is no doubt this is not y'all's Muhammad. But they're saying the reason why they say it's Islamic is because, you know, if you question the existence of Muhammad, what's gonna happen? Niggas gonna start questioning the existence of Jesus. We can't have that. So most people will just by default say, "Oh, this is about Muhammad." No, it ain't. It can't be if the Saracens are Christians at that time. And see, I gave you something. I gave you the telltale sign that Islam comes out of Christianity, because these monophysite Christians did not want to make images of Jesus. You look up iconoclasm and Nasir too, they didn't want to make images of Jesus. That's literally like the most important thing in Islam. Do not make images of our prophet. You might lose your fucking head. That I'm telling you exactly where that comes. That comes from the iconoclasm controversy. It wasn't no Islam yet. These people are monophysite Christians, mad about image breaking.
Okay.
And so all of these all of these 7th century mentions of a Mahmet, which is the Pahlavi spelling, or a Mahmed, which is the Arabic spelling, is not y'all's guy.
Brother,
ain't nothing near contemporary for y'all's guy, according to the history. If we're being lenient, his earliest biography is 300 years later. If we say, well, we don't got Ibn Ashaq, we'll say Ibn Asham, and he dies in 833. Y'all's earliest biography of Muhammad is 300 years later.
Okay, brother.
200, give or take, 300 years later.
I understand you're smart, bro, but listen.
It's not about being smart. I want us to see if this nigga exists or not so we can move on.
I just want to say, I'm not educated. I'll try go study, but for me, I will still be Muslim because I feel like it's more better to feel like you after you die there'll be an hereafter than when you die it's the end. Like I feel like
Yeah.
this is
If you
better.
want to believe in fiction because you're scared, just say that. That's cool.
Even if it's fake, which I don't believe, but
That's
you
a
have
crazy
good
thing to
evidence.
say. If you look at what's happening with the Muslims, that's a crazy thing to say. You
Good
gonna believe?
evidence. You have good
Mm-mm.
even if it's fake, it makes my heart feel better.
You know your prophet married a 6-year-old, don't you?
But he don't exist. So how
I'm
does
saying
that?
according to the story you believe, he married a 6-year-old. How you feel about that?
He married a 9. 6 was
She
he
was
could
6
have.
and they consummated at 9. But you said you don't care if it's
Why you
false.
wait? Why
You said you
wait
don't care if it's false. You're gonna believe it anyway. But I just, it was nice to run through my Islam stuff to see what I got. I'm just trying to, maybe if I'm wrong about Muhammad, I'll change my answer.
Maybe try debating this guy called Lipiano.
He's gonna use the same evidence that they got.
He's smart guy.
That's fine. The evidence, he's gonna use the same. If we take away Islamic sources and we try to find evidence for Muhammad, they're gonna use the same shit that you just used. CBOs, the Thomas the Presbyter, Doctrina, Yacobi, the Syriac flyleaf, and the Coptic bishop, Niku. That's what they're gonna use. And when we look at all those references to a Mahomet or a Mahomet, it's not your Muhammad.
Like right now, what I need to do is I need to go watch Lipiano to make my
come back and watch this. Watch this back.
I need to make my iman feel better. You know what iman is?
Cool. Yeah, I know what that is. I feel bad for you.
Yeah, bro.
Police be upon your prophet, my brother. It's gonna be all right. Yeah, that was fun. I like that. Little razzle. I'm trying. Like I said, bro. If I'm wrong, I will update this shit tomorrow if I'm wrong. But I just wanted to stretch my wings. I've been excited to try to talk about Muhammad, and then I felt like it was cool. It was cool. I ain't above critique. If I'm wrong and somebody say, well, no, Muhammad did exist because of this, and it turns out to be some locked in shit, we got to lock in then. I'm okay with changing it, but so far, I don't know. I don't know about it. But yeah, okay, so that was like an hour long. For whatever reason, when oh shit. Well, I gotta pull up your what's up? Oh my bad. Wrong button. What's up, gang? Talk to me. How what you think? I'm trying. I'm out here, trying to put it together.
I caught only like 2 minutes at the end.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
No, gang. But I'm just trying to see if it's evidence of the God or not. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But that CBOs guy, I gotta add him to the list.
Pseudo CBOs?
What you mean pseudo CBOs?
CBOs lived, I think I was looking it up after you talked about historicity, and of course scholars say that he did in fact exist, but they also say Jesus existed, and so I don't give a fuck what they say, but anyway, apparently the pseudo CBOs writings around 640 or something, but he unalived long past that, or long before that. So they call it pseudo CBOs because it's not actually him writing; it's someone else. So, yeah, I don't know.
Damn.
Again, I just looked into it because you had mentioned this, and I don't go into the historicity of it, but it's a nice angle to take. But I in my opinion, it's not going to be productive because you see how many of those don't know a shit about Islam. How many you think know about the history of Islam?
I don't know.
It's going to be even less. I probably a fraction of a fraction know. They barely read the Quran. You think they're reading history books on top of that? So, but anyway, let's see.
I was so the earliest surviving manuscript of this guy is 17th century. Jesus Christ. Yes. It's a long way from hell. It says a second older manuscript dated to 1568. It was used first, published, but it's lost. I don't know how they be losing this shit. But It says the original manuscript records no title or author. The work was attributed to CBOs by modern scholars in the 19th century. Let's talk up. Let's figure some. So we got I had never heard of the CBO thing, so I'm okay with. I got to add that to the list. So, but you see how that when you, it's like, okay, let's look into what we got, what they talking about. I got to write that down. Do I got some space? So they attribute it to CBOs. So that ain't it. That ain't 19th century. I'm gonna tell you, there's a guy. Y'all gotta go read his book. His name is Walter Williams. And so I'm reading his book now. The historical, well, I've already read it, but I'm going through and reading it because when I read it the first time, it's like maybe a year ago, and I just kind of read it and like, I'll come back to it when I get to Islam. And then when I got to studying Islam, I had to go back and read it again. Everything he's saying in that book, it lines up with the dates and the shit that I got that I'm finding. And so as I'm reading his book, I'm like, damn, everything he's saying is lining up with these timelines and shit. And so 19th century. Let's put that on the list though of evidence for Muhammad. I gotta write that down because if somebody else bring it up, I gotta know. So hold on.
Did see that there was some coins referring to Muhammad, and there was some historical reference to a guy who, talked about the only God and blah blah blah. So
Robert, that's what Robert Spencer talks about in his book. He talks about the coins and stuff like that, and some of the coins even say Bismillah, but it's like it's so vague that there is. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, while we waiting on the next person, I'll go through and read some of the stuff he said about the coins and stuff. So it says, this is chapter 3. It's just called Jesus the Muhammad. It says, non-Muslim chroniclers who were writing at the time of the early Arabian conquest made no mention of the Quran, no mention of Islam, no mention of Muslims, and scant mention of Muhammad or a Mahmed. And it says, the situation is no different when one turns to the contemporary Muslim artifacts of the time. The Arabian invaders who swept into North Africa in the 650s and 660s and besieged Constantinople in the 670s were energized in the traditional view by the Quran and Muhammad's teaching and example. But in fact, they made no mention of what was supposed to be their primary inspiration, right? I know why, but let's keep going. References to Quranic passages and Islam do not appear to the end of the 7th century, and when the Arabian invaders mentioned Muhammad, they did so in ways that departed significantly from the canonical Islamic account, because they're talking about a different Mahmed or a different Muhammad, because it's a title. And it says, for example, in 677 or 678, during the reign of the first Umayyad Caliph, Muawiyah, a dam was dedicated near Taif in Arabia. And it says, the Sile inscription reads, this is the dam belonging to the servant of God, Muawiyah, commander of the faithful, Abdullah bin Saksir. Built it with God's permission in the year or whatever. It says, Allah forgive the servant of God, Muawiyah, commander of the faithful, confirm him in his position and help him, and that the faithful rejoice in him. Amir ibn Hababa, whatever. And it says, Muawiyah is the commander of the faithful, but the nature of the faith, besides being faith in Allah, is left undefined. So this inscription, let's talk about being a servant of God. It's not. It's undefined because it doesn't mention Muhammad. Don't mention Islam, Muslims. It's talking about this Allah forgive the servant of God, Muawiyah. Okay. And it says, there is no hint of Islamic religious culture that would soon and ever after be all pervasive in inscriptions like this one and other official proclamations, right? You have Arabs who are talking about a God or Allah. You have Arabs who are talking about a Muhammad or a prophet, but it is not conclusive or persuasive that they're talking about Islam, right? And it says in the year it says I gotta go down some. It says there is no hint of the Islamic religious culture that would soon and ever after be all pervasive in inscriptions like this one and other official proclamations. Contrast this with an inscription on a mosque in Medina dating from the year 752. It says, "In the name of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate. There is no God but Allah alone. He has no sariq, companion companion in worship." That's what it says. It says, "There is no God but Allah alone. He has no sariq." Okay. It says, oh shit. It says, Muhammad is the servant of Allah and his shit. Muhammad is the servant of Allah and his messenger. It is who sent his messenger. It is who sent his messenger with the guidance and the religion of truth to make it victorious over every other religion, even in the face of the polytheists' dislike and hatred. The servant of God, commander of the faithful, the servant of God, the commander of the faithful, has ordered to fear Allah and to obey him, which is to act according to Allah and the Sunnah of the Prophet. Exactly what Muawiyah did believe in is unclear. But if he believed that Muhammad was the prophet of Allah and the Quran was Allah's book delivered to mankind by means of that prophet, he gave no indication of it. Likewise, the official inscription on a canal bridge in Fustat in Egypt, dating from the year 688, reads, "This is the ark which Abd al-Aziz bin Marwan, the Emir, ordered to be built. Allah, bless him in all his deeds, confirm his authority as you please, and make him very satisfied in himself." And I don't know what I mean. In his household, amen, blah, 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 blah. It says, okay, now we get to the affair. This part is titled "The Strange Affair of Early Islamic Coinage." This is what I wanted to get to. It says, one of the best records of the worldview of the conquerors is found in the coins they struck. Coins carry official sanction and bear inscriptions that generally reflect the foundational principles of the polity that struck them. In the Islamic world today, it is difficult to go very long through any given day without encountering some mention of Islam, Muhammad, or the Quran. The Shahada, the Islamic confession of faith, is featured on the Saudi flag. Coins all over the Islamic world carry inscriptions containing some Islamic element. The most obvious and proudly held aspect of the Islamic world is that it is Islamic. But in the earliest days of Islam, that is the one element most conspicuously lacking. The earliest known coin that the conquerors produced bore the inscription Bismillah, in the name of Allah. Allah is simply the Arabic word for God, used by Arab-speaking Jews and Christians, lock in, as well as by Muslims. That's what it says, by Muslims. Yet coins mentioned in the 650s and possibly as late as the 670s bore the inscription alone without making any reference to Muhammad as Allah's prophet or to any other distinctive element of Islam. Right, because if you're minting coins in the 650s, right, it says 650s, 670s, right? Quran, according to tradition, is standardized in 661. They got coins being minted in 670, and it's talking about Bismillah. But Bismillah in the name of Allah is just God. We know at that time there's no contemporary evidence of Muhammad. So this has to be who? Arab Jews, Arab Christians. Bismillah. They would have used this, like I was telling the other guy. These these pre-Islamic Arab Christians spoke Arabic. The script that they used, it was Arabic, but it didn't have the vowels, the dots and the swoops and shit, but it was still Arabic. So of course they're going to refer to this prophet they're going to refer to the God of Christianity and Judaism as Allah, because that's their word for God. Okay, let's lock in. It says, Other coins, let me skip down. It says, this is the period of the first flush of Arabian conquest, when one would most expect the Arabians to stress the particular features of their religion, which they considered to have been made victorious over other competing religions in the region. Exactly. Other coins dating from the same period feature inscriptions such as Bismillah Rabbi, in the name of Allah, my Lord, Rabbi Allah, my Lord is Allah, and Bismillah al-Malik, in the name of Allah, the King. Conspicuously absent is coinage bearing any reference to Muhammad, like Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. One coin that the Arabian conquerors apparently struck in Palestine between 647 and 658 does bear the inscription Muhammad, right? But at that time it wasn't no but let's keep going. It says, and yet there is no way it can be taken as a product of pious, informed, believing Muslims. It depicts a figure apparently of a ruler in violation of the prohibition of images that most Islamic sects have enforced throughout history. That's that iconoclasm thing I was telling y'all about. They don't do images, but that comes from monophysite Christians. Okay. And it says, even odder is the fact that the figure is carrying a cross. Let's go back. The coin that is minted during the Arabian conquerors' conquest in Palestine, 647 and 658, it does bear the inscription Muhammad, which would have been Mahmed at the time, but it says the fact that the figure is carrying a cross, a symbol that is antagonist to Islam. 658, Muhammad dies in 632. The armies and the battles start in 630s, 640s. Why are they minting coins in Palestine where there's a guy named Muhammad or the Mahmed and he's carrying a cross? I know the answer, but people who don't study the Byzantine Empire, they don't know the answer. And I'm saying that those Arab armies, those are monophysite Christians who don't want images made, who have a Saracen prophet who's rose up, the Mahmed, whose coins bear a Muhammad carrying a cross. The Mahmed is Jesus. In pre-Islamic Arabic world, the Mahmed is Jesus. That's what I'm saying. And when you read this book, this chapter is about exactly what Sathian brought up, the coins and the mentions and the inscriptions and stuff. And they have the Mahmed carrying a cross on their coins. Let's go back. Who is the Mahmed? Well, the Mahmed is Jesus to the monophysites, to the Ghassanids, and to the Lachmids. These are Arab Christians. The Mahmed or the Muhammad is the Messiah. How old are you? X and E, you up here?
Yeah. You said Zay.
Zay?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I forget, but I'm 29. All I know is 1997.
Cool. I'm saying that none of these people existed. Who you want to talk about?
I was told to request up.
Why?
Goddamn, that nigga Bahumi said it.
Say them? Did you say something in the chat that would have?
You said we need Jesus, man.
Is that what you said?
Oh man, hey, me, I was just trolling, bro. I think all that shit's fairy tales. The whole Bible's fairy tales.
Why you say we need Jesus then?
I was just trolling. I was just bullshitting.
Oh.
I was just bullshitting. I'm sorry.
What time is it? 10:46.
I'll go back on mute.
All right, bro. I appreciate you. So, hey, make sure y'all. Oh my God, I can't believe y'all ain't been tapping the screen. I've been talking for an hour. What's happening? Tap the screen. Tap the screen, y'all. Come on. I was talking for an hour and I ain't even paying attention to the motherfucking thing. Shut it live, tap the screen. I'll go back to reading this thing until So boom, this is did Muhammad exist? In the 3rd chapter, he's talking about the coins. There's coins being minted in Palestine in the 7th century, 650s, 640s, and they're talking about a Muhammad, but the guy on the coin is carrying a cross. He has pictures in the book too. Like if you get the book, he has pictures of the coins in the book, which was a nice touch to this. let's go. Let's keep going. So it says, where was I at? Fuck. Okay. One of the coins that the Arabian conquerors apparently struck in Palestine between the 647 and 658 bears the inscription Muhammad, and the figure on the cross is the figure on the coin is carrying a cross on the Islamic coins that they're striking in the 7th century during the conquest, right? And it says, okay, it says. Now he has pictures in the book. So what I'm about to say next, you can't see it, but I can. It says, numismatist Clive Floss explains the obverse of this coin shown at the left as depicting a crude standing figure with detached crown flanked by a long cross. Flanked by a long cross. Okay. And then he has a picture of the coin, and on his coin, it has a guy standing there, and he's standing next to the cross. And then there's another coin on the backside. It's a M, and then on the flip side is a dude standing there with the cross. It says Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, is supposed to have been the principal agent of a new civilizational order based on a holy book that admonished Christians that Jesus was neither killed nor crucified. Exactly. And he gives you the Quran verse, Quran 4:157. So if the Quran is standardized in 661, right, and they're striking coins at the same parallel to the same time period that bears the Mahmed with the cross, with the dude carrying the cross, and this is blasphemy. This is blasphemy in Islam. What they say, because they're saying Jesus Christ was not killed nor crucified, was not the Son of God. But they got crosses with the coin, but they got coins with the crosses on it. Okay. And it says, the leader of a religious group that claimed a blasphemy for a rival religion to regard Jesus as the Son of God really placed the crowning symbol of that rival religion on its public inscriptions. Exactly. That don't make sense. It says, with the leader of a religious group whose founding prophet claimed that Jesus would return at the end of the world and break all crosses as an insult to himself and a testament to the transcendent majesty of Allah, really allow a cross to be featured on any inscription carved anywhere in his domains? This is a question he's asking. And it says, with the followers of this new prophet, whose new religious and political order was defiantly at odds with that of the cross, have placed any figure bearing a cross on any of their coinage, perhaps this can be interpreted as a gesture of Islam's tolerance, since Christians overwhelmingly populated the domains of the new Arabian Empire. Yeah. And so it says, okay, I want to skip down some because that's just what it says. Other coins from this period also bear the cross and the word Muhammad. But remember, is he saying Muhammad today? But it would not have been Muhammad back then. It would have been Mahmed, because there wasn't no use. Let me say this. So written Arabic did not get the dots and the swoops until like the end of the 8th century. This is the 7th century. So when he's saying Muhammad in his book, there was no Muhammad. It would have been Mahmed or Mahmet. The Pahlavi spelling is Mahmet. So when they're saying Muhammad and they're talking about 640, 650, they're talking about the title Mahmed, not Muhammad from Islam. So he says other coins from this period also bear the cross and the word Mahmed. It says numismatist Volker Pop describes this as a Syrian coin with the Muhammad motto, which can be seen on the reverse side. It dates from at the earliest 686 or 687. The obverse depicts a ruler crowned with a cross and holding another cross. And he has a picture of this. And if you look at the picture of the coins, this nigga's holding a cross and he got a crown on his head. And the other one is the Mahmed with a cross on top of it. So lock in. This is 687 though. The battles take, now let's go back. I want you to think about something. When the dude was up here, what did he say? CBOS is writing in 661 talking about a Mahmed. Thomas the Presbyter, Mahmed. The Syriac Flyleaf, Mahmed. The Doctrina Jacobi, Mahmed. That's the 630, 640s. They mentioned coins with the crosses on it in 687, 686. You mean to tell me in Islam, according to them, the Quran is codified and established in 661. It's damn near 20 years later, 22, 23 years later. Still putting crosses on the coins? This guy in this book, he ain't putting it together like I'm putting it together, because this book ain't about the Byzantine Empire, it's about Muhammad. But if you put that Byzantine history with this, the shit, I mean, it's right on the fucking money. It's right on the money. The most obvious explanation is that the Muhammad to whom the coin refers is not the prophet of Islam. Right. It says the figure on the coin could have evolved into the Muhammad of Islam, but was not much like him at the time the coin was issued. Or it may be that the word Muhammad is not a name at all, but a title, meaning the praised one and the chosen one. What did I tell y'all about Song of Songs 5:16? If you go all the way back to the Torah, Song of Songs 5:16, read the Song of Songs and go down to verse 16, see what it say. The most beloved, the most praised. What that sound like? It's a title. Go to that 6th century Jewish and rock inscription. Most blessed by the Lord of the Jews, the Mahmed. This is a title, not a name. This Arab prophet, this Saracen prophet, or these people, or this person that rose up and led them Arab armies, it's not they Muhammad. That person was a Christian. He was either I'm gonna tell you what it was. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it was, because this is what I figured out earlier before I got on here. So apparently, Judaism was practiced in Southern Arabia. I'm gonna say it slow. Judaism was practiced in Southern Arabia. Judaism was practiced in Northern Arabia, and Judaism was practiced inside of the Byzantine Roman Empire by Arabs. Okay, remember what I told you earlier. You have the Ishmaelites, Arab Jews, Arab Christians. If you put it together, how it sounds. If you put all this together, Arab Jews are forced to convert to Christianity under Heraclius I with the forced baptism. Arab Christians are being persecuted. The Arab Christians were persecuted by the Roman Empire. And the Islamic world got tired of being the little dog, and one of these motherfucking Ishmaelites rose up and led those Arab Christians and Arab Jews into the Byzantine Roman Empire to take that shit. So much so, there's a list of books that I just found today. I just found them today. And it's talking about when the Arab armies came, those Arab Jews looked at them as liberators. Come and free us from these niggas. Why? So I'm thinking that the Ishmaelites and the Monophysites done banded together and crushed Rome. That's exactly what they did. That's the only explanation we can have. With no Islam yet. But there was a Mahmed or Mahmet. And I'm assuming that if you look at the Jewish-Roman wars, every weekend a new Jew rose up and said he's the Mashiach. I'm thinking that the Arabs did the same thing. One of them niggas dropped his nuts and rose up and led those armies, and as the Mahmed, as the Messiah. But these niggas are Christians still. But it's not just Christianity, it's Monophysite Christianity. That's what they're practicing. That's the only explanation. Because when you read this book and you see these coins, if you see these coins in this book, there's no way in 686 they're talking about Muhammad they got to be talking about the Muhammad of Christianity. And if you go to Origin, go to St. Ambrose. Hold up, I got a list. I have a list of Christians who repurposed the Muhammad from Song of Songs as Jesus. It's a long list. And let me read it to you. Boom. It says Saint Ambrose in the 4th century used the Song of Songs as a reference to Jesus Christ, who is writing in Syria. If you look on the map, you know where Syria at. He's writing in Syriac. It says Origin in the 3rd century used Song of Songs. Saint Ambrose in the 4th century. Gregory of Elvisa in the 4th century. Saint John Cassian in the 4th century, 5th century. Saint Augustine in the 5th century. Apollonius in the 7th century, and John of Damascus in the 8th century, all used the Muhammad to talk about Jesus. The entire time that the Arab conquest begins, they're referring to the Muhammad as Jesus. The Christians are referring to the Muhammad as Jesus from Song of Songs. And so, there's no way these Arab armies could be Muslims. There's no way. And it gets worse because I'm gonna tie it all together with the whole Arab. I'm gonna tie it together with the Arab slave trade, because those Arab armies go and they conquer North Africa. But if you study North Africa, Ethiopia and Egypt were also Monophysite Christians, which is why I'm assuming when those other Monophysites came in, they pretty much did not. The Egyptians and the Ethiopians did not defend Byzantium when those Arabs showed up. And I know the reason, because the Monophysites in Egypt were persecuted and the Monophysites in Ethiopia were not persecuted because they weren't colonized because of geography, but they were cut off. The Byzantine Roman Empire cut Ethiopia off because they did not accept the Council of Chalcedon. But the Byzantine Roman Empire had already controlled Egypt, so they didn't have to cut Egypt off. They just simply persecuted the Egyptians. Those Monophysite Christians in Egypt who did not accept the Council of Chalcedon. They persecuted because if you look at the map, Chalcedonian Christianity was only practiced inside of the double-walled city of Constantinople. Asia Minor, Egypt, Ethiopia, Syria, all of those places surrounding Turkey practiced Monophysitism, which is the whole point of the empire trying to get them to accept the Council of Chalcedon that they did not accept. Egypt got persecuted. Asia Minor got persecuted. The Arabic world got persecuted. Ethiopia did not get because it's geography. You pull up on Ethiopia, they're in the Horn of Africa. They see you coming, but they were cut off from the trade and stuff, which is why they converted to Christianity in the 300s to make money with Rome, and they was cut off because they didn't accept the Council of Chalcedon. That's when they got cut off. But with those Arab armies, that's why the Arab armies didn't touch Ethiopia. They couldn't get to them. So they went and conquered North Africa. But the North Africans are Monophysites too. And so when they come in and take over North Africa, the Egyptians was like, well, shit, we done been persecuted by these Chalcedonian Christians the whole time. We technically got the same religion, have at it. And when they won and dominated the Byzantine Roman Empire, then they began to colonize and persecute those same fucking Egyptian Monophysites that done allowed them to come in and not help defend the oh shit. Morrow says on YouTube they really fucked up with that one. Hell yeah. Yeah, they fucked up. Oh shit. What Bar is doing is priceless. Facts, nigga. Now, mind you, I've been doing this it took me 6 years to get this information. You getting it right now for free. Y'all ain't understanding what we doing. I'm breaking the code, gang. They're gonna try to get me out of here, but this is the code. I broke the code. Islam comes out of Christianity, and those Arabs that showed up in North Africa, they were Christians. And when they won and they defeated the Byzantine Roman Empire, they started persecuting and being racist towards those same black Egyptians. Because if you go to the book that I gave y'all in the bibliography, if you ain't in the chat, if you ain't in the Discord, Go get that bibliography because this shit is so solid now. Chapter 2 of Arab Muslim Black Slaves. The title is The First Racists. And it's talking about these Arabs during the medieval period coming out with these racist tropes about these black people. They done took over the Byzantine Roman Empire, and now they persecuting those, because remember, the Arab and the African Egyptian practicing the same religion when they come in, so they couldn't have persecuted them based on religion. They persecuted them niggas based on race. And we know this because when Loris was up here yesterday, what did she read to y'all? The Babylonian Talmud is where they started attributing blackness with the curse of Ham, with the slavery and stuff. And so by the time the Arabs come in and they start writing during the medieval period, which is in the 800s forward, because you know the battles and the conquering starts in the 600s, 700s. When they come in, you got to rationalize abducting and castrating niggas based on something other than religion, because y'all all practice the same religion. It's based on race. Now, by the time they get to sub-Saharan Africa, you have Muhammad, not Islam, but they called it Muhammadanism. And so for the sake of the conversation, I'm gonna call it Islam. When you get to the sub-Saharan Africans and the Sahel, those black people, they're converting to this religion because in the religion, Muslims don't kidnap and enslave other Muslims. But what they really mean is Arab Muslims don't kidnap and enslave other Arab Muslims. How do you know this? Because when the black people started converting to Islam, what did they do? They used what's known as the doctrine of takfir, which is declaring someone non-Muslim. And they said those black people that are converted to my religion, they not real Muslims. Because of what? Because they not Arab. That's called racism. Mind you, but see, all of this makes perfect sense because the entire time the Arabs and the Europeans are fighting over what? Over the Byzantine territory that was taken during the Hellenistic period. Uh-oh. So then when you get these Arabs, because not only did the Arabs walk in, they won, they took it all of it. That was the whole point of the Crusades and the Inquisitions, is taking the shit back that they lost to these Arabs. They take it back. They fighting. You ain't gonna believe this. Lock in. The Doomed Verses comes out in 1452. Black Atheist Rants. What happened in 1453? I'm glad you asked. Hagia Sophia, seat of Constantinople, the seat of Christianity in Constantinople, the motherfucking vicar of Christ. 1453. The motherfucking the Ottoman took they took the seat of Christianity. They took it in 1453. They took it, which is why when you go to the Doomed Verses, it says reduce all non-Christians, all Saracens, all Arabs, all pagans to slavery, because us, we're the pagans and the non-Christians. The Saracens and the Arabs are the Muslims, and the practicing Muhammadanism, reduce them all to slavery based on race and religion. There you go. And then you get the transatlantic slave trade, where, if you remember what happened in Spain. Spain was conquered by who? The Arabs. The Muslims. They say in 711, remember now, if we go to Robert Spencer's book, 686, they're striking coins with crosses on it. The Muslims are striking coins with crosses on it in 686. The history tells you that the Muslims take Spain in 711. Wasn't no Muslims in 711. How do we know this? Because the biography of Muhammad don't come out until 833. But the biography of Muhammad in 833, we don't have that. We don't have no copies of it. We have nothing that would lead us to say Ibn Hisham wrote that biography in 833. We don't have nothing. What does that mean? There was no biography of no Muhammad. There was no Muhammad. There was no Islam at that time. What are these Arabs practicing? Monophysite Christianity that turns into Muhammadanism. So these Arabs that take over Spain are what class? Christians. Monophysitism, Muhammadanism, they call it monist Muhammadanism. That's what they call it in history. If you look that up, they're going to tell you it's a derogatory term, which it is, because the Muslims will tell you we don't worship Muhammad. But technically, they did worship Muhammad, because the Mahmed is Jesus in pre-Islamic Christianity. So they did worship the Muhammad. That's why they called it Muhammadanism. But hold up, it gets worse. If the Arabs are the ones, if the Muslims are the ones that take over Spain in 711, they say the Moors, right, took Spain in 711. Now, mind you, they're speaking Arabic the whole time. They speak Arabic, write in Arabic. They're still speaking Arabic because they're Arabs. So boom, they take Spain in 711, which causes the Portuguese and all that stuff to try to find another way around them or get to the spice trade or whatever. They're trying to get to India to get to the spices and stuff like that. They start going through the coast, and the whole point of Henry the Navigator trying to find other means to make money and stuff like that with the Portuguese and all that stuff, where they start kidnapping niggas in the 1400s, is because these Arabs or these Muslims chopping them off, cutting them off from the money, taxing the shit out of them, or cutting them off altogether. So they try to find another way to make money. And so, yeah, the history is deep and it's lies, and you know, it's a bad game. We in the end game now, for sure. It's the end game. But yeah, no, ain't no Islam. I mean, ain't no Muhammad though. It don't even make sense now, because let me see. Hold up. No, there's no way in 686 they got crosses, they got coins on the crosses, and then in 711 when they take over Spain, all of a sudden that's Islam now. That ain't them ain't Muslims. Go and read Walter Williams' book, The Historical Origins of Islam, and he's that nigga was right. I read his book a year ago and I put it down, so I'm gonna come back to it when I go back and study Islam. And I started studying Islam, and everything he said in his book, I mean, the nigga is so spot on. It's almost as if he wrote the fucking Quran and shit himself. He got a chapter in here, and it's talk about Mecca and Medina outside of Islamic tradition. And this is where he goes in and talks about like all the things that I've researched and discovered on my own. It takes me back to his book. Listen to this. It says, according to Islamic tradition, Adam placed the black stone in the original Kaaba there, which is talking about Mecca, while Abraham and Ishmael rebuilt the Kaaba many years later. It says, thus, by traditional implication, Mecca is considered by Islamic world to be the first and most important city in the world. I found that out on my own and came back. He put it right there for me in the book. On the first page of not the first page, I'm sorry. On the fourth page of chapter 5, he put it right there for me. Black and white. And I came back because I didn't believe that, because I didn't know, I never heard of that. So I went and researched. I said, damn, that nigga right. Wasn't no Mecca and Medina though. Wasn't no Abraham either. So it's just everything they said about Mecca is false. Wasn't there. Didn't exist. And they said he said it was called something else. Does the tradition say does the tradition say Muhammad is from the Baka or whatever, or does it say he's from Mecca? All right, then. We're gonna go with what they said. And if they said Mecca existed and it was a trade hub, we should see that, and we don't. Yeah, so yeah. I like to be right, man. I like when the history line up, man, with all this. The other day I didn't go to sleep. I've been studying this stuff. I spent the whole day putting my notes together. I'm like, damn, this shit perfect. Line up perfect. So, well, y'all gonna support me, because you know the book fund gonna come out. Gonna contribute to the book fund. I'm gonna have to write my own book about. It's gonna be a big ass book. It's gonna be like everybody didn't exist, and these are the true history of Islam and Christianity. And at the bottom is gonna say evidence that Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Muhammad, Paul, Jesus, all that nobody existed. That's gonna be the title of the book. Yeah. And also, you gotta ask yourself, if Jesus was a real person, why did they argue over this guy for 921 years if he was a real person? It's because he wasn't. And the community outside of the Byzantine Roman Empire and Constantinople, they knew that. They knew that. They knew it. That's why they said, we don't accept your counsels, because we know it's made up. They knew. And they did accept the religion, but you got to remember, Ethiopia, Asia Minor, Armenia, Syria, they had no choice but to accept it because they were persecuted and they were Hellenized and controlled. Ethiopia accepted it to do business. So everything surrounding the Byzantine Roman Empire basically had no choice but to accept Christianity. And so when they accepted Christianity, they're trying to practice their own version of it. And the Roman Empire is like, no, no. You know, because in the year 381, why my mic keep doing it? In the year 381, the Byzantine Roman Empire literally had to go and destroy the Serapeum temple in Egypt. They had to go and destroy it because niggas was worshiping Serapis. You know, and that's after the Council of Nicaea. And you want to know what's crazy? The Council of, hold up, wait a minute. So check this out. The Council of Constantinople is in 381, and they go destroy the Serapeum temple in 391. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro. The Serapis worship, that is your Crestos. But that's another topic, because, you know what I'm saying? that's another topic. But that's definitely where Christianity comes from, though. And we know that they put it right in your face. If you go and look up if you go and look up a guy by the name of a Ptolemaic ruler, his name is Ptolemy V, Epiphanes Eucharistos. That's his name. In Christianity, what is the Epiphany? In Christianity, what is the Eucharist? It's about him. You know, the Ptolemaic dynasty, they looked at themselves as little g gods, or, you know, son of gods. The crest with an E, the Crestos. Serapis was the good God, not the anointed one, the good one, the good Lord, the good God. They use Crestos with an E. We know this because if you go and read Christ Before Jesus, is $4. If you go and read Christ Before Jesus, he literally has the earliest manuscripts, and they use the E's, not the I's. They didn't use the I, they used the E's with the Crestos. And then if you go and look at that earliest, if you go and look at the manuscript of Tacitus that we have of Annals, it literally has it where they scratching out the E's and trying to make it an I. That's what they was doing. Because at first it wasn't no Christianity. Well, it was a Christ, you know, with the Septuagint. It was a Christ, but the Crestos is something different. The Crestos is the good one, and the Christos is the anointed one. That's two different things. And so what I'm thinking happened is they basically, because if you go and look up Marcion of Sinope and his Evangelion and the Apostolicon, Jesus was not a Jew. Wasn't no Jewish Jesus yet. They Judaized Jesus a little later. The earliest Jesus that we have, he was sent by a different God, God the Father. And we know, like I told Beezy yesterday, if you go and look at what happened with Osiris and Serapis, Osiris was God the Father until Serapis basically was Ptolemaic dynasty usurped Osiris and made it Serapis. Serapis is now the God the Father, and Serapis was worshipped in the city of Sinope, where Marcion is from. And so ain't no way this nigga is talking about a different God than the main God where he's from. What other God could he be talking about? Give me another God that would have been God the Father in Turkey. Give me one. Also, it gets worse because all of the first 7 ecumenical councils were held in Turkey. Turkey is where Serapis is from. Plutarch said that Ptolemy I took the statue of Serapis from Turkey to Egypt. That's what Plutarch said. And so they try to downplay. If you go and when you read the scholars, they try to talk about Serapis. They call it a mystery cult. Stop doing that. Stop talking about these popular deities as mystery cults. No, they're not a mystery cult. These are the most important gods of that time. Isis had a cult, Serapis had a cult, and they were worshipped together, and they had a son. Facts. Their son would have been who? Horus. But we know that, Romans romanticize things. Hold up. Yes. In the Greco-Roman period, Horus was the god Harpocrates, was worshipped as the son of Serapis and Isis. What did I just tell you? I just basically told you that they had a Greco-Roman trinity in the Roman Empire: Serapis, Isis, and Harpocrates. And so, lock the fuck in now. We know that we know that Marcion worked closely with the Roman government. And, right after the Bar Kokhba revolt, I'm assuming they probably got together and was trying to pacify these Jews. And so they're creating these gospels, right? And they fall out. Marcion and them fall out. And so I swear to God, I don't know. I can't prove it. But my theory is that when he's writing his Evangelion, he's saying that Serapis, God the Father, sent Harpocrates, which is the son of the God the Father, to liberate us from who? From Yahweh, the cruel God. Because the Jews are worshiping who? Yahweh. The Greco-Romans and the Egyptians are worshiping who? Serapis. But according to the Jews, Yahweh is God the Father. But according to the Egyptians and the Romans and the people who would have accepted this cult, Serapis is the Father. But it don't make sense for us to say Serapis is Jesus, because Serapis is Osiris, God the Father. But they have a son. Harpocrates is their son. We gotta let go of the Jesus thing, because it wasn't no Jesus. That's not true. It wasn't no Jesus. Well, how do we explain God the Father sending his son? Where does Marcion get this from? Thin air? I don't know, man. I'm telling y'all, bro, something ain't sounding right. And so I'm thinking Harpocrates becomes, in a way, Jesus, but it's not just Jesus, because we know that what the Romans do is look up what's called interpretatio Romana. Look that up. What they would do is they beat your ass, or they basically usurp or synthesize all of your gods. This is what the Romans did. And so I'm thinking when they're trying to create these gospels and stuff, they're combining everything they got. The false prophets, the apocalyptic preachers, the mundane figures, the motifs of the deities, and they're combining what they already have. The cult that's already the most popular cult. They combine it all together, and you get Jesus. And they base it off of what? Antiquities of the Jews and Wars of the Jews. That was their timeline out. There was their outline. The outline would have been the Wars of the Jews, the Antiquities of the Jews, and then they just started adding in all of the different mythology and all of the different prophets and stuff like that into one story, one big ass story. And so your Christianity that you have today is a combination of everything: Greco-Roman, Egyptian, Jewish, pagan, whatever. It's all of it put together. And there you go. And it makes perfect sense why this has to be the answer. Why so many rejected it. Why so many people had problems with it. Why they argued over it for 921 years. Because it didn't make sense to those people during that time. They already had a God the Father, a goddess mother, and a son. They already had that. Asar, Aset, and Haru Hellenized. Exactly. That's exactly it. Yeah. There's a website I'm gonna put in my Discord. It got all the Christos Christian. It got all the references to it, all the inscriptions and mentions of that shit is on one website. I'm gonna put it in my Discord. So if you ain't in my Discord, send me a message. Hey, Bar, I'm trying to get in the Discord. Send me a message. I'm gonna get you in there. I have a tab. I have 2 tabs right now. I got a tab for the bibliography, and I got a tab for my 5-hour live stream, and I got a tab, and I got a for my live stream would be easy. It's all in there, and then I have a tab where we can just talk and stuff. But I'm gonna add a tab for like the links and the websites. So get in there and lock in. But yeah, man, I'm telling y'all, bro, this shit. I'm thinking God the Father Serapis sends Harpocrates to liberate us from the other shit. That's my theory that I can't prove yet. But as we modulate, and I'm thinking the Council of Nicaea is where they put Jesus, because it don't even make sense, because at the Council of Nicaea they saying God the Father, God the Son, the same, right? That was Council of Nicaea, and I'm saying, well, probably maybe God the Father and this Jesus figure, they combine them. And so in a way, technically, maybe you get the Serapis thing, but it makes sense for like, it makes sense based on the Evangelion. If you look at what Marcion said, God the Father sent Jesus to liberate us and free us from Yahweh. That literally sounds like Romans trying to create a religion, or the Roman Empire trying to create a religion to replace Judaism. That's what the Evangelion sounds like. They created that. They were trying to, it was like a final fuck you to the Roman Empire from Marcion, where, okay, well, basically we just gonna, because I'm assuming maybe, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like they're trying to replace Judaism after the Bar Kokhba revolt, and they won. They did it. I mean, in a way, they replaced it, but yeah, but yeah. I like the whole Islam thing because it gets into the council. Talking about those councils and shit, all that shit is interesting to me. Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. So, yeah. Tap the screen. I'm pretty much. Ain't nobody probably gonna come up after this. But yeah, tap the screen and let's see if we can get somebody up here. I know people be like, well, like when he go to the whole, well, what about God thing? Well, what about your soul and all that? Don't let them scare you. When we talking about this historicity, don't get sidetracked, because that shit ain't real. Don't let them get you. Yeah, and so black people, of course, we're gonna bring it home. Black people should not be none of these. We shouldn't be none of these religions. Because listen to what I'm telling you. All the shit I'm telling you. Have I mentioned a black man yet? Have I mentioned a council that's held in sub-Saharan Africa? Have I mentioned anything about us having any involvement in Islam? Or like the process? We're not Arabs. That's not us. You understand? So you can't be no Muslim. Because what the fuck is a Muslim? You can't be no fucking Jew. What the fuck is a Jew? You can't be no fucking Christian, because what the fuck is a Christian? What are we even talking about? We're laying out the history. We're laying out the history. We're laying out the history that all of this is made the fuck up. It's not a real thing to be a Christian, because who are you worshiping? Dust. You're worshiping fictional characters. Wasn't no Muhammad. Wasn't no Jesus. Wasn't no Paul. This is made up. You can't worship no religion where they castrating us. You heard that man that came up here, that Arab man, what'd he say? He said North Africa ain't black. That's what he said. Why does he believe that though? Because we were castrated. Women raped. Forced smex work. Women's raped. Concubinage. Men castrated. Now you got people arguing over who's closer to an Arab. Then you got the Arabs going to court and saying they want to be classified as Europeans. Let them have it. The niggas that enslaved black people from the 7th to the 20th century went to the Supreme Court and said, we want to be classified as European. Let them have it, nigga. Can't be no Muslim. Can't be no Jew because we predate them. Can't nobody be no motherfucking Jew because we predate them niggas. We're older than them. All of us. You can't be no motherfucker. Like yesterday when the dude came up here talking about he's a descendant of Shem. And the Bible tells you Shem is Arabs. Yeah. But it's 2:30. I might end it at the like 2. If I don't get nobody, I'll just end it. Or maybe I should restart. I don't know. I did get a restriction though.
Hello.
I ain't even see who. Damn.
Yep.
How old are you?
27.
Who you want to talk about?
The last one, because it's the easiest since he's the most recent one.
Okay, go ahead.
There's, historical evidence that, the Romans and the Persians were fighting, against the Arabs who were commanded by somebody they called the Muhammad. So
no, they call them the Mahmed.
why would both the Romans and the Persians lie at the same time?
They weren't lying. There was a Mahmed, but it was not Muhammad.
So who is Mahmed then?
Well, go to the pre-Islamic Jews and Christians and see.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a 6th century inscription, a Jewish rock inscription, and if I pull it up, hold up, I can read to you what it says. Yeah, so it's 520. It's dated to 523, and it says, "By the Lord of the Jews, by the Mahmed." These are Jews though.
Okay.
And so if you go to Song of Songs 5:16 about in the Torah, it tells you that the Mahmed is the blessed one, the praised one. But why are pre-Islamic Jews referring to someone else or something else as the Mahmed? It's because the title, the alias Mahmed predates Muhammad.
Yeah, so does Mubarak, right? There's lots of people called Mubarak before and after Islam.
So we're not looking for any Mahmed. We're looking for your Muhammad, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You brought up the Roman-Persian wars. Those Arabs in between them were Christians.
Yeah, that's true. But what turned them from calling themselves Christians to calling themselves Muslim, right? Where did that transition happen?
That comes later because there is no Islam, Muslims. There's no mention of Muslims, Islam, or your Muhammad during that time period.
Okay. Because I'm talking about like in the 7th century, right?
Yes, the 600s, yes.
Yeah, of course. So when Persia, North Africa are now taken over by these people who call themselves the successors. Successors to what? Right? Because the word caliph means successor.
Yeah.
So who are they succeeding?
The Byzantine Roman Empire.
Okay. Or should we take their own word for it, right? And say that these Umayyads are succeeding the person that they claim to be Muhammad.
But They're not talking about your. I just told you, your Muhammad is from Mecca and Medina, the Hijaz,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
The people who are
Sure.
writing this stuff down, they're 1,200 miles away, and they're in Baghdad. They're not talking about the same
Yeah.
guy. And also, if you go and look at, if you type in right now, give me like extra or like outside sources mentioning Muhammad. Those sources are talking about a present day Mahmud in the 634s, 636s. They're talking about a present day Arab prophet who is leading these armies. Muhammad dies in 632, so they cannot be talking about him.
Yeah, but the successors of Muhammad keep mentioning his name, right? Because
No.
Abu Bakr,
That's a title.
is-
Remember, that's a title. Everything you about to say about Abu Bakr and all that comes out of the biography of Muhammad. The stuff that they wrote about Muhammad,
Wait.
that stuff wasn't written down in the 600s or the 700s.
wait, but because like Abu Bakr exists contemporaneously with them, let's say conquering Syria, right?
But he,
And then
you talking about the
Syrians are
guy?
talking about
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
because if these guys are in Syria and then like Abu Bakr is saying, I am doing this in memory of Muhammad, and then he tells the Syrians that, and then the Syrians write, the armies of Muhammad are here, right? Then clearly there had to be a figure called Muhammad, the praiseworthy one, Ahmad, Abu Qasim. Like this guy had like 7 names.
Right. But what I'm trying to tell you is, because where did your information about Abu Bakr come from?
I mean, we have both like, his dealings with the Persians, the Romans, and then obviously his own like internal stuff, right?
But
Like,
where does it?
inscriptions written by him.
But where does it come from? Who wrote it down?
You have him, his scribes, right? You also have
No.
like, monks,
No,
right? You
don't
have
have
like
anything-
Zoroastrian priests.
you don't have anything from that would be contemporary. Because remember, Abu Bakr, that's 634, right?
Well,
Right.
634 to like 650 something, right?
Go and look up the references to a Mahmud. They're not mentioning no Abu Bakr. Was that his name at the time?
No. Well, Abu Bakr is actually his nickname, the father of goats.
What is his name?
real name is Abdullah. Is Abdullah.
They don't mention that.
So
They're talking about a Mahmud, a Saracen prophet amongst the Arabs. Now, what you have about Abu Bakr, what is that? I'm trying to see who wrote that down. Where does it come from?
the rock inscriptions are written like during his reign, right?
What rock
And
inscriptions?
then like there's like rock inscriptions in like what is now Jordan, and a few like all over the place in like what's now Saudi and whatever. Right. But then after like an internal civil war amongst the Muslims, right, the Umayyads take over, right, and then they have inscriptions on the Dome of the Rock, right, proclaiming that
I know about the Dome of the Rock, but that's
because these are people who within living memory, right? We're talking about like
Mhm.
Yazid especially, right, who was a kid while the Prophet was there.
Yeah, but I'm saying, where are you? I'm trying to see where are you getting your information about these contemporaries to a Muhammad? Where does this come from?
Just by their lifetimes, right? Because the Umayyads existing like as a dynasty, like, and then we literally have archaeological evidence of things they're building, like the Dome of the Rock, like you've acknowledged, right? We have coins by them from that exact same period. Like, why would these, Arabs from different clans bother to write this guy's name down?
Whose name did they write down?
They keep writing Muhammad, right? They could have just written praise itself, Ahmad, right? But why do they insist on using this one name?
But they're not right. They're not writing the name Muhammad. They're writing the title or the alias Mahmud. There was no dots, the little swivels and the dots, the vowel. There were no vowels in written Arabic in the 7th century. So they're not talking about a named guy named Muhammad. They're talking about the title Mahmud. And when you look at the pre-Islamic Christians, Mahmud was what they said was a Jesus, the Messiah.
No, if they want to say Messiah, they say Messiah. If pre-Islamic Arabs wanted to say Jesus, they'd say Isa, right?
No,
Or Yeshua, or Yesu. Like they used to call him, Isa al-Masih, right? Jesus the Messiah, right?
Mhm.
Or sometimes Christos, right? Especially the more Orthodox influenced ones.
So what I'm telling you is when you go to what I'm trying to explain to you is like when you look up Song of Songs 5:16 in the Hebrew is Makmet. Right?
Yeah.
And then you go and then you as we modulate through time, you have Christians who took Song of Songs 5:16 and said it's a precursor for Jesus. And so when you see Makmet pre-Islamic and they're Christians, they're talking about Jesus.
Mhm.
And when you see Makmet pre-Islamic and they're Jews, they're talking about the blessed one from the Lord, because I just gave you the inscription where the Jews is using the word Makmet to refer to someone who's it says by the Lord of the Jews by the Makmet. So the Makmet is the Lord of the Jews in Judaism, and the Makmet is the Messiah in the pre-Islamic in Christianity in that time in that region on the mount.
Yeah, but then somehow these guys changed their minds, right? And then they were like, okay, you know what? This guy is a post-cursor, right? To, Jesus. This guy, he's not Jewish, but then you have this non-Jewish religion just springing out of nowhere, right?
But
Or is
it
it more
doesn't.
likely that
It doesn't.
is it more
spring-
likely that there was a charismatic preacher from Mecca who was telling these people, hey, we
Mm-mm.
need to like organize, get together, right? Because the world's ending
that
soon.
could be the case, but that person is not your Muhammad of Islam. And also, like I actually was looking into this right before I went live. Judaism was
Yeah.
practiced in Southern Arabia, in Northern Arabia, and
that's
inside
true,
of the
right?
inside of the Byzantine Empire by Arabs.
That's true. Like literally, like Muhammad's own grandmother, great grandmother was Jewish.
You keep talking about
And according
Muhammad.
to
I'm
himself.
trying to see. Listen, everything you're talking about when you mentioning this Muhammad, it's not contemporary to the time period we're talking about. So when you talk about what Muhammad's grandmother and all of that, that comes from who? Who
I mean,
wrote that?
We literally have people from the Umayyad dynasty trying to like say, okay, this is this man we met 50 years ago. This was his life.
And what is
Right.
there? I'm trying to say who from that dynasty mentions your Muhammad and his grandmother and all of that? Who?
I mean, that would be like Muawiyah, Yazid, and so on and so forth. Like just like the first Umayyad
Mm-mm.
caliphs who had actually met him.
I literally just was reading. There's a book you should read. It's called "Did Muhammad Exist?" and it's written by Robert Spencer. I was just reading about the coins and inscriptions that they have during that guy you just mentioned, the Muawiyah guy. During his time,
Muawiyah.
they just talking about God. Those inscriptions. He's hold on. Let me pull it up.
Yeah, La ilaha illallah, right? There's no God but God. Right? And then after these people had like a civil war amongst each other, they split into two sects, the Shias and the Sunnis.
So
And
yeah,
they changed the form. They added like a.
but that comes
all
all of that comes later though. All of that you just said, that's Islamic tradition that comes a little later. That's written in those the Sahaba, the Sirah, the Tafsir, and the Shahaba. All of that, none of that shit is contemporary to these. None of that is contemporary to this time period. Now, when you go and read Jesus, the third chapter of this book is called Jesus the Muhammad. When you go and read the book, it's going to tell you about the inscriptions and the coins during that Muawiyah guy. That's the first caliphate, the Umayyad, right? It talks about
the second caliphate.
Okay, the
After
second
the
caliphate.
Rashidids.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
It talks about the inscriptions and the coins and all that stuff that they had coming out during that time period. And they're not talking about Yo Muhammad.
No, there's a
people who
change during the Umayyad period because of a sectarian difference. Right?
But
Because initially, all they had to say was "There's no God but God," right?
So
and then they
we're
started
trying to
fighting
talk
amongst
about-
each other.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were like, "Okay, we need to clarify. Like, where is our source?" Right? And then they say that our source is we're following the Prophet Muhammad. These other people want to just follow any person who happens to be related to him.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So they're saying that the Quran is standardized in 661. That's when they saying it's put together and it's complete.
Yeah,
This
by
guy,
Uthman.
this caliph that you're talking about comes after that. And so
Yeah.
when we look at the inscriptions and the coins that they have during this time period, the Umayyad Caliph, they don't mention no Muhammad. They're talking about the
But
Makka.
if we're using the Quran, then which was standardized by Uthman in the first,
But it wasn't.
Rashidun
There was no standardized Quran at that time.
like
And because the
before
guy that's
Uthman, right? There was no standardized Quran, right? There was multiple.
It wasn't
ones,
one
but
after
then-
him either.
Okay, then why do 99% of like Qurans all share the same message since the 8th century?
Because the originals the originals do not exist. They probably was destroyed so they can
By
fucking
who? Who destroyed them?
shit. I don't fucking know. But
It's
there is no
Uthman who
Quran.
destroyed them.
There is no Quran. There's no mention of no Quran, Muslims, or Islam in the 7th century. There's just not. And when I looked, I didn't find anything. What I do find is mentions of a Mahmud, mentions of an Arab, mentions of Saracens rising up, mentions of the battles, but I don't find anything that's the Quran, Islam, or Muslims. And we know this because if you skip up to the 8th century in the 730s, there's a guy who's writing who worked for these caliphs. He worked for the caliphate. His name was John of Damascus. He was a Christian, but he didn't mention the Islam or the Quran. He said that
like Muslims, because I'm a Muslim, right? Christians are always a
if the Quran is standardized in 661, he's writing in 730. You don't think he would attack the Quran or mention it?
I mean, at that point, most people who were interacting with the Quran were interacting with it orally, right? Most of these people sincerely believed that the world was going to end very soon, right? So it's in the 8th century where people are like, oh, okay, the world isn't quite ending as soon as we thought. Let's, especially for the converts in like Persia, let's write it down for them. So there was a change in like literally government policy of like, okay, the world isn't quite
Right.
ending as soon as we thought. So it transitioned from like an oral memorized document to a written document.
Yeah. And if you believe that shit, I ain't going for no oral tradition. I ain't going for
No,
that.
it's like, how did you learn the national anthem of your country? Right? Was it not taught to you orally?
They wrote it down.
No, but, like,
They
as
wrote
a
it
kid,
down.
But as a kid, let's say
I ain't going off no oral tradition, because when it comes to oral tradition, niggas can say anything. Give me your extant
Exactly.
manuscripts of. I want the extant earliest manuscripts of any of these hadiths, sirah, sahaba, tafsir. I want it.
I believe
And
there's a
if-
Birmingham Quran, that's dated from the 7th century, right?
Mhm.
It
And
might
guess
actually
what?
be one of those. It might be one of the few Qurans that escaped, like Uthman, like trying to like completely destroy it. Right?
No,
So you can search it up.
because I asked the Muslim earlier, how many times, I'm asking you, like, how many times is the name Muhammad or Mahmud is mentioned 4 times in the Quran, right?
There's also a whole surah called Surah Muhammad, but anyway.
I'm saying, so
yes, but you're
there
correct.
was lock in with me. There were no dots and swivels above the letters. That did not exist in the 7th century. And so written Arabic, it would not have been Muhammad. It would have been Mahmed, or if you go with the Pahlavi, Mahmed.
Yeah, no. Different dialects.
That is not.
Different.
But
Yes.
that's not a name. That's not a name. That's a title.
No. Okay.
And-
Look, listen. Right. If my name is John, and then I go to Mexico, they say Juan. Right. They're still saying the same name.
And they're talking about the same thing, right?
Exactly. So what's the difference between if he's Mahmed
Because
or
when there was no Quran, the Mahmed was Jesus. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It was
okay.
Christian.
He's a praiseworthy.
Syriac.
No.
Hold up. Syriac Christians writing literally. Look, hold up.
Yeah.
Look up Origin. I had said this earlier, but I need you to look up something. Look up Song of Songs 5:16, and look up.
No. I am
Saint
aware of that
Ambrose.
song.
Okay, Saint Ambrose in the 4th century, he used that thing in Song of Songs to refer to Jesus. It's Mahmed though. He used the Syriac Christians in the 4th century used it to refer to Jesus. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
And so
But
if you
Jesus
have
is
that
also
name,
called, no, of course. But Jesus is also called Emmanuel, right? That's
Cool.
one of his names.
cool. We're talking
So
about
a
the
person
Mahmed.
having
though.
multiple names and titles isn't unusual.
Who were they
Right.
referring to pre-Islamic when they used the alias Mahmed?
any praiseworthy person. Abraham, right, person I'm named after, right,
Hold
is
up.
also a Muhammad.
It's not any praiseworthy person because pre-Islamic Arabs in that region that's called Baghdad today, in that Levant region, they were Christians.
Of course. Like, we don't.
Do you know who the Ghassanids and the Lakhmids were?
I mean, these were like Arab kingdoms, right?
Who were Christians.
Of course.
And so if they're using Mahmed, if Syriac Christians are writing in that region where these kingdoms at, and they're using the Mahmed, and they're Christians, who are they referring to?
I mean, in that time before Muhammad was born, right, Abu Qasim was born, yes, they're talking about probably Jesus.
Okay, now let's modulate it. Let's keep going. Okay, now because you said it's about to get worse. Now, if you go and read Robert Spencer's book, Jesus the Muhammad, in the chapter that I literally just read it before you came up here. In this chapter, they are these caliphates that you mentioned, these Islamic caliphates. They're striking coins in Palestine where the guy's holding a cross. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the 680s, they're striking coins in that region on the map. That's today Baghdad. They're striking coins in those caliphates, and they got a dude holding a cross with a cross on his head. Talking about the Mahmed. What do you think they're talking about?
The caliphs of that time used to use like Roman imagery, right? What did the king, the Basileus, the Roman emperor wear on his head?
You got to read
go
read if the Quran is standardized in 661, they do not. That's strict. The Quran is strict. We don't play that. Jesus Christ was not crucified. He was not the Messiah. He's not the Son of God, right?
He's not the Son of God. That's 100%.
He was not crucified on no. They're saying he was not crucified. He was not unalived on no cross, right?
Yeah, somebody else was crucified. We don't know who it was.
But hold up, let's lock in. We talking about we talking about Jesus. If 661, the Quran is standardized, and they're saying Jesus was not crucified on no cross, and he was not the Son of God, why is it in 686, 687 they got crosses with the coins on it?
I mean, they're just following the conventions of the time, right? It's not like these guys were perfect anyway, right?
Nigga, they are
especially people.
They have already okay, are you familiar with the Battle of Yarmouk and all that stuff? The Arabs have already defeated the Romans in that region at this time. There would be no reason for them to be continuing to use coins with crosses on it if they're practicing strict Islam. And if they were practicing strict Islam, there would be no pictures at all on those coins. Right? What I'm saying, lock in with me. Lock in. Don't move. Stay where you at. If they was practicing Islam, it wouldn't be no images.
If they were practicing the most strictest interpretation, right? That's what they wouldn't even have images. One of the 10 commandments, right? Do not make what? Graven images.
Right.
This is even the Christians agreed to that. That's one of the 10 commandments. But you had the Christian kings making graven images. So if you're saying that if it was strict Islam, it wouldn't be no images on the coins, what that tells us? I mean, like some of these caliphs were making mistakes. They're not practicing Islam. It's like saying Christians don't practice Christianity when they take photos, right? That's not what they're not supposed to make graven images. You and I just said that if there was strict Islam at this time, they would not be putting images on the cross. What image on the coins where the guy is holding this image in front of me? The guy is holding a cross. There's also Persian coins with them with Ahura Mazda on their heads. Right? The Persians after the Roman Persian wars, Rome and Persia was weakened. Yes, the Arabs have already rised up and began putting belt to ass. Of course. Right? So why would they put belt to ass and then say, "Well, I'm gonna keep striking y'all's coins"? No, because we don't agree, right? Oh, of course. But then if you look at like the first Islamic coins, which were minted in Persia, they literally have, Ahura Mazda, the symbol, the guy with the wings, right? And I'm saying it wasn't no Islam at that time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Wasn't no Islam at that time. Because a lot of these caliphs made mistakes. And they even got assassinated for like their interpretation. But they kept minting them though. Yeah, because it was easy, was convenient, what the people over there recognized. But they're literally, you telling me Islam has already been standardized and they're fighting against Christians using Christian images on their coins? the Muslims are even fighting amongst themselves over the interpretation, right? What?
No, I'm okay.
The
When I'm
Quran
asking you,
exists, but they can't
when
even
I'm,
agree on. Okay,
the Quran
go
did
on.
not exist. When I'm asking you about the Muslims, that's an internal critique. But I'm also trying to step outside of the internal and make you face this reality that there was no Islam or no Muslims at that time.
Okay.
All right. So when I'm
So-
asking
So
you, when I'm asking you, do you think Muslims would be fighting and rising up against Christians and also striking coins with crosses on it? The answer is no.
I mean, for me, the answer is yes, because like, if like, let's say Canada takes over America tomorrow, right? And then they're like, okay, we want to keep the currency stable, keep printing what they're printing, right? So it's still going to have George Washington on them, whatever. Because like, okay,
Say it
Canada
again.
is a monarchy. Like Canada is a monarchy, right? Right. So they have the image of the king or the late queen on their money. America is a republic. You guys have presidents on your money, right? But if
Yeah.
Canada wanted to take over America and then they want to say, okay, let's keep everything stable, right? So we keep printing like the money with the presidents on them, right? So these people don't get too angry. They can still recognize that this is a Benjamin, that's like a Lincoln, da 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 da. Until the orders come from above, and then the King of England says, change their money up.
Okay, what was the last thing you said?
We're talking about the coins, right?
Right.
Like I said that when the Arabs took over Persia, right? The Sasanian Empire. The first coins they made looked like the first Persian coins. They even had like the crown with the Ahura Mazda on top of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm saying that these weren't Muslims, but you're saying they were.
Like I'm saying, these are followers of Muhammad, right? Who call themselves Muslims, but then everybody else sees them as a Christian heresy, right? Because this is like a small group of like maybe 10,000 followers.
Okay, so what do we have from them that says that they're Muslims in the 7th century? What do we have from them?
There's rock inscriptions all over the place with verses, right?
Yeah,
where like
verses don't mean shit. I'm talking about the word Muslim, Islam, Quran. Where are those mentioned?
I mean, Quran literally means to recite. Remember, these are words that have meaning, right? So you can recite anything, but what we're talking about is like reciting the word of God, right? So you have a bunch of people reciting what Allah has told them, right? And then you start seeing Bismillah written everywhere, right? So that is
Arab
the recitation.
Arab Christians refer to the God of the Bible as Allah.
100%, right?
Give me something that makes this Islamic.
What makes it uniquely Islamic, right, is the rejection of the divinity of Christ, right? Christ is a prophet. So you have a bunch of people from Arabia who no longer see, Jesus as divine, right? They side more with like, I think in the Bible he's called James the Just, the brother of Jesus, right? Because there's a big back and forth that, even some Christians, especially James the Just, never called Jesus, the Son of God or God or whatever. Right? So what we believe happened, what we think historically there's evidence for, is that there's a charismatic preacher who believes he's heard the word of God, unites these Arab tribes, right? Tries to teach them about monotheism. He passes away, and then the rest of his followers keep trying to spread the word, and they literally have this apocalyptic mindset that, hey, the world's going to end soon. Let's do something about it. Let's fix the world. That's our version of events.
I'm trying to find
what?
Damn.
And just look up the first Islamic coins. They were made in Persia, right? And like in a generation after that, they started adding, the Bismillah on them. And then a century after that, all the images are completely gone because the clerics have finally come to a consensus that, having graven images is completely wrong because, as was revealed to Moses.
Hold on, wait, say it again.
Right. Like the scholars finally reached a consensus and convinced the caliphs to remove images from coins.
So I pulled up the hold up. Damn, I just lost my tab.
Go to your history. It's still there.
Okay, so you know who Caliph Abd al-Malik is?
Abd al-Malik.
Abd al-Malik. Okay, he's 685 to 705, right?
Okay, he's an Umayyad, right? What dynasty?
don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
He said he's Umayyad. He's Umayyad.
Yes. Yeah.
And it says
So he's the one.
he
He removed the images.
yeah, but he didn't. Because if you go read the book that I was telling you in 6, he comes in 685 to 6705, but they're minting coins with the cross and stuff on it in the 680s still.
Yeah,
So-
like it's after him, right? Where like the scholars have finally pressured the caliphs to like, take the images off.
You know what's crazy? This book actually talks about what you're talking about right now. Wow.
Yeah. No, because even within Islamic history, it's known that, the early Umayyad caliphs, Muawiyah, Yazid, Muawiyah II, right? They all kept using, Persian and Roman stuff.
So let's this is about the Dome of the Rock. It says it actually mentions your Abd al-Malik.
Yeah.
From 685 to 705. It says the mosque contains inscriptions that appear to be taken directly from the Quran, although not in any orderly fashion. Hold on, it says in the text of the inscription on the southeast portion of the octagonal arcade within the Dome of the Rock, the translator Estelle Whelan has added in brackets material indicating where various portions of the inscription appear and do not appear in the Quran. And it says in quotations, in the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, there is no God but God. He is one, he has no associate. This is the beginning of the Shahada. Okay, it says, unto him belongeth sovereignty and unto him belongeth praise. He quickeneth and he giveth death, and he is able to do all things. And it says, Muhammad made in the servant of God and his messenger. It says, and it has in parentheses, this is a variant completion of the Shahada. And it says, lo, God and his angels shower blessings on the prophet. O ye who believe, ask blessings on him and salute him with a worthy salutation. It says, the blessing of God be on him and peace be upon him, and may God have mercy. It says, blessing not in the Quranic text. That's in parentheses, but it says, O people of the book, do not exaggerate in your religion, nor utter aught concerning God, save the truth. The Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, was only a messenger of God, and his word with which he conveyed unto Mary, and the Spirit from him. So believed in God and his messengers, and say not 3 cease. It is better for you, God is only one God, far be it removed from his transcendent majesty that he should have a son. He is all that is, then the heavens, blah, blah, that is.
So you have an inscription from the 7th century itself,
and it says,
confirming, what we believe.
This dude quotes the whole thing. God damn.
Yeah, it's a long inscription.
Yes. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get to because he's quoting the whole thing, but I'm trying to see when does he stop quoting and say what he got to say. And it says, this Quranic material is the earliest direct attestation to the existence of the book, 60 years after the Arab armies that had presumably been inspired by it began conquering neighboring lands. So, okay, let me keep going. It says, and yet the mixture of Quranic and non-Quranic material is odd. Would pious Muslims really have composed an inscription that combined Quranic material, which they would have understood as the perfect and unalterable, eternal word of Allah with merely human words, however eloquent? Would Muslims who believe that the Quran was the perfect and unalterable word of Allah have dared to change the Quran's words? And peace is on me the day I was born, and the day I will die, and the day I am raised alive. To the Dome of the Rocks, peace be upon him the day he was born, and the day he dies, and the day he shall be raised alive. The change is not substantial, but it would still involve liberties with the perfect word of Allah that presumably would give the pious pause. I'm trying to see what is he.
No, basically he's saying that there's like a textual difference from like a standard Uthmanic Quran.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. Because
Okay, let's
the last passage you just quoted about peace be upon me the day I die and the day I rise again is from the Quran. Like it's quoting Jesus within the Quran.
is it quoting Jesus in the Quran?
Yeah, like it's Surah Al-Maryam, like I think that's 30 to 38.
Okay, okay, this is what he says. He says, it is thus I would have to read all of this to get to the conclusion that he makes. But it says, although the two verses do go together very well in the Dome of the Rock inscription, they are not notably out of place in their context in the Quran as it stands, unlike other verses that appear to be fairly obvious interpolations. As we see in chapter 8, it may be that both the Dome of the Rock and the Quran incorporated material from earlier sources that contain similar material in different forms. After all, if anything is a characteristic of early Islamic literature, it is repetition. Even the Quran itself, as brief as it is, shorter than the New Testament in parentheses, tells numerous stories more than once and frequently repeats phrases, yet all its repetitions of the same story, whether that of Moses and Pharaoh or of Satan's refusal to bow down to Adam, contain minor variations. This is what one might expect if this material was held in the minds of poets, prophets, and orators rather than committed to writing. It is thus possible that the Dome of the Rock inscription predated the Quran, but did not serve as its source. Okay, and it says, or at least its sole source. The separation of Quran 64 verse 1 and 57 verse 2 may simply have come from a different source, not from someone deciding to divide what appears in the Dome of the Rock inscription as a unified passage. What is most unusual about the Dome of the Rock inscriptions, however, is that they may not refer to Islamic theology at all. This may seem to be an outrageous statement at first glance. After all, when the inscription warns the people of the book, primarily Jews and Christians, and in this context, Christians only, not to exaggerate in your religion by claiming that Jesus is the Son of God, it is articulating a staple of Islamic theology and an often repeated assertion of the Quran. But there is a grammatical difficulty with the traditional explanation of the first inscription above. Muhammad, remember, means praised one in Arabic, and accordingly could be a title as well as a proper name, which is what I said. And it says Al-Muhammad would be precisely the praised one.
Yeah, but you also have to acknowledge it can be a proper name too, right? Do you acknowledge it's a proper name also?
It could be a proper name, but we already, remember, we already established earlier that these people in this.
Look, I'll grant you it's also a title, right? I'll grant you it's a title.
But we got to figure out how would the people.
Arab-speaking Christians too.
But we already established that these Arabs that's in what is today Baghdad, where the Lakhmids and the Ghassanids were, and all of that region, they were Christians, so they would have used it as a name. The Jews, the Syriac, the people in that region who were Jews didn't use it as a name; they used it as a title, and the Christians didn't use it as a name; they used it as a title too. But I'm trying to get to his point in his book. It says, Al-Muhammad would be precisely the praised one, but the word Muhammad here, without the definitive article, all could be a gerundive, meaning praising or being praised, and hence also the one who is being praised. Christoph Luxemburg explains that in the context of the Dome of the Rock inscription, the phrase commonly translated as Muhammad is the servant of God and his messenger, is more correctly understood as reading praise, be the servant of God and his messenger. Luxemburg elaborates with reference to Arabic grammar. Therefore, by using this gerundive, the text here is not speaking of a person named Muhammad, which was made only later metaphorically into a personal name, which is what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah. It says, okay, so it says the text here in the Dome of the Rock is not speaking of a person named Muhammad. It says it was made only later metaphorically into a personal name attributed analogically to the Prophet of Islam. Right. So if you look at the Dome of the Rock inscription in this context, this person is saying, this scholar is saying that it's not a name in the Dome of the Rock. That comes later. And it says a compelling case can be made that this inscription refers not to the Prophet of Arabia at all, but to Jesus himself, whom the inscription clearly calls a messenger of God.
Mm-hmm.
And so the reason.
Sorry.
Yeah, so the reason that this don't make sense to people who don't study what was going on with the pre-Islamic Christians at that time, but it makes sense to me why this could be because when this person is talking about the Dome of the Rock inscription, it's not a name, it's a title, and it could be about Jesus. I understand why. You don't. And I'm telling you, because these people were not there was no standardized Islam or Muslims or Quran. The scriptures, the stuff that they're mentioning could have existed, but in this context of what this person is saying, the Dome of the Rock inscription is a title, and it's about a messenger of God, a servant unto God, and finally your messenger and your servant. And it says, a case can be made that this inscription refers not to the prophet of Arabia, but to Jesus himself. And I'm saying it is about Jesus because the Mahomet,
a case could be made.
but the case fault you have. So my case is based on the Byzantine history that happens in that region before Islam. That's the case I'm making. If you look into the history, those people were Christians who were being persecuted by Rome. They had and then I said it earlier.
These are Christians who reject the divinity of Christ, is what you're saying.
No, pre-Islamic Arab.
In that Dome of the Rock inscription, it says that God has no partners. God has, like he's not begotten, and then it's talking about Jesus's life.
Yes.
It doesn't mention he's the son of God at all.
Right.
So, which was already standard by the 7th century, right after the Council of Nicaea, as you mentioned before.
But what I'm saying is that the pre-Islamic Arabs, they would have been Monophysite Christians, and Monophysite Christians, they believe that Jesus's human nature was absorbed. I mean, they believe his human nature was absorbed. And when this text comes out, this is basically like where they're putting together these the understanding from the Arab Jews, and then you get these Monophysite Christians, because remember, at this time period, they're still minting coins with crosses on it. So I'm not even understanding why I'm looking at this as if these texts and this stuff begins to what they call it Muhammadanism. I'm looking at it like it begins to take its shape during this time. But again, this whole conversation is about
yes.
This whole conversation is about
in time where like.
But the conversation is about.
I was going to say that this.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, like there's a bit of a lag here. I'll give you time to just land.
Because my bad, it's a little lag.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, what I'm saying is, as time progresses, they begin to, they begin to form like the Muhammadan and the monist Muhammadanism. And I'm saying like these pre-Islamic Christians, these pre-Islamic Arabs, they would have been Christians, they would have been Jews, or they would have been what's known as Ishmaelites. And so I'm thinking they're literally what you're saying, they're literally trying to dispute and combine these different groups of Arabs under one monist religion. Because before I started studying Islam, I would tell people it looks as though all of the Arabs got together and they wanted their own monotheistic cult because they were tired of the conflict between the Christians, the shit going on with the Jews, and polytheism, and they wanted their own monotheistic cult, and they begin to create it. That's exactly what this looks like. But they have to gradually go from being Christian, Jew, and Ishmaelites to this type of monotheistic religion. But the claim is that the guy who they've made up, this tradition of this original God, did not exist. He's not real.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, look. Even if I grant you everything you said about like the Arabs, deciding to make their own religion that's separate from Christianity under Rome, or separate from, some powerful Jewish groups, right? All I say is that happened 60 years earlier, right? And there was a preacher who believes that he heard the word of God, right? And then tried to unite all the Arabs, right? And that guy, you can call him Muhammad, you can call him Abu Qasim, right? You could even call him, Ibn Abdullah. So that, like, all I'm saying is that unification, right? That, like, trying to clean house happened a generation earlier than this individual, Abdul Malik. So Abdul Malik.
Wait a minute. Listen to this. Oh my God. I know. Just listen to this. It says, In fact, we're talking about the Dome of the Rock. Listen to me now. It says, in fact, the entire inscription makes much more sense as a literary and theological statement if one understands Muhammad as referring to Jesus. Then the whole passage is about Jesus being but a messenger of God rather than his son. By the standard Islamic interpretation, the inscription mentions Muhammad essentially in passing, identifying him as a messenger from God and his servant. Then, without explanation, it turns away from Muhammad to Jesus, calling him also messenger from a servant to God, and spends the bulk of its time correcting Christian Christology. If the inscription does not mention Muhammad or reflect Islamic theology, why would it challenge the divinity of Christ? Which is what I'm trying to figure out. As I'm processing my thoughts, I'm asking myself this question that he just asked in the book, and he answers it. Listen to this. It says, it may well offer a version of Christology. It said it may well offer a version of Christian theology differing from that of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire and the great church in Constantinople. That's exactly what I'm fucking saying right now. I'm saying this nigga, this book was already out before I've been here. I'm new, and my studies is pulling me to this exact conclusion that he's saying in his, it's right here in my, he said it, he said it may well offer a version of Christian theology different from that of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire, which is Nestorianism, and the empire and the great church in Constantinople, which is Chalcedonian Diophysitic Christianity. And the only thing that's left is these niggas are monophysites who are creating their own religion based on monophys. I'm not tripping, cuz I know I'm right. But I'm saying, bro,
like, look,
you need to
what we
listen.
disagree on, like,
Mhm.
what we disagree on here is like, who is the Muhammad? Who is the praiseworthy one? Right?
You're saying it's the guy of tradition, and I'm saying it's Jesus.
I'm saying it's a street preacher from Makkah, right?
Wasn't no
Who
Mecca
is
and
the
Medina in the
praiseworthy
6th century.
No, I'm not saying anything about Medina. It was Yathrib at the time, right? I'm talking about
There was no
Mecca.
Mecca or Medina in the 500s. That's what I'm telling you.
Look, I'm not talking about the 500s. I'm talking about the 600s, right?
The
I'm just talking
tradition
about
of
a little
Muhammad-
caravan town. Right?
That's not what they're saying. That this was the trade hub, Mecca and Medina. Muhammad was down there. He rose up, took over, and went north. That's what
Yeah.
they're saying.
Muhammad
But if
had
it-
to leave Mecca to become relevant, right? He had to go to.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. He did not go north. Everything about Muhammad happens in Mecca and Medina. That's the fact. That's what they're saying. The tradition is.
No, Medina is north of Mecca. Right?
But they're both of them are south in southern Arabia, though. They're in the southern part of the area.
Arabia. No, look at a map. It's in the middle of Arabia. It's by
No.
the Red Sea.
It's what? Okay, let me say this.
Please look at
it's
a map.
further. I have looked at the map. It's further down south than from where these Arab Christians were. That's what I'm saying.
No, there's Arab Christians even in the very bottom of like Arabian Yemen.
I'm
right?
talking
There's Arab
about
Christians everywhere.
we're talking about the Arab Christians who would have been the ones fighting against the Roman Empire. Ain't nobody from all the way at the bottom where Yemen at fighting Rome up top. We talking about the ones that was already up there.
Yeah.
And how
Because-
you know?
yeah.
Hold up. How you know we
Yeah.
talking about the one that was already up there is because they're talking about a Mahmud fighting against. They're talking about a present day Mahmud fighting against the Byzantine Roman Empire in the 630s, in the 640s. Muhammad was dead, so it can't be about him.
No, it's not about him. It's about him and his the armies,
No.
right? It's like
No.
the people who are following him.
When you go and look at the Doctrina of Kobai, they're talking about a present day Mahmud fighting the rising up and fighting against the Byzantine Roman Empire.
No, of course,
Present, meaning
look,
present day, the 630,
No, of course.
634.
look. If you read
It's
accounts
2
from
years
the
later.
Crusades, you have people calling themselves the soldiers of Christ. The soldiers of Christ are attacking the Holy Land, right? Was Christ alive in the 11th and 12th and 13th century? No, you would say no, right? But there was still an army of Christ, the soldiers of Christ, right?
Say it again.
I'm saying like the Crusaders called themselves the soldiers of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 years after, Christ
Right.
has
Right.
vanished.
Right.
So is it unusual that an army or people call themselves the followers of Muhammad, the army of Muhammad?
But they're talking about a present day Arab prophet, a present day at the time of, they're not just following in the name of Muhammad. They're talking about this guy is actively leading the armies. Muhammad dies in 632. They cannot be talking about him in 636.
I mean,
No.
it's one long campaign, right?
He's dead. He's already dead in 632, though.
It's like, let's say in an American context, right? George Bush is the one who started the war in Afghanistan, but then the guy who ended it was, the guy in office right now. So, or Biden, right? Or one of those guys. So the army of Bush stayed in Afghanistan for 20 years, right? Even when he wasn't there, right? As like the leader.
Mm-mm.
Like
that's not analogous, but because they're talking about a brother. No, because I'm looking at these. I'm looking at what these they're saying this is evidence of Muhammad. I'm looking at it, and it's talking about a present day Arab, not nobody that's dead and they keeping it on. He is there with them.
No.
Cannot be your Muhammad.
The Romans don't have intel on what's happening in the middle of Arabia, right?
It's not the middle of Arabia, though.
No, because most of these armies are coming from everywhere. They're coming from what's now Qatar. Some of them are coming from Mesopotamia. Some of them are coming from Oman, right?
The battles
all
take
the Arab
place.
clans.
But if you look at where the Battle of Yarmouk takes place, these battles is they're
happening closer and closer to the Holy Land. They're happening closer and closer to Jerusalem. Yeah,
right. That's nowhere near Mecca and Medina, though.
Of course.
And and so they're talking about
because it took a while for orders to leave, Central Command and get to the front, right? It's like, was George Bush in Afghanistan when the army was being commanded there? No.
If you look at where if you look at where these battles is taking place, remember now, Muhammad didn't go. Muhammad never traveled up that far.
He traveled when he was young, right? According to himself.
According to himself, in what?
You have the Sirah, and then you also have like
those are not. Those
if you're not taking from like the biographies and like the Quran itself, right? Because from the Islamic tradition, right, when he was a petty merchant, and like a trader, right, he went all the way to Syria, and then he came back.
As a kid?
As a teenager and like a young man. Right? Because he was an orphan, he wasn't tied down, so he traveled with the caravans.
Okay. The Muhammad that's bro. All right, let's lock in.
Yeah.
The guy who his everything about him it takes place Mecca and Medina. If you saying he traveled to Syria as a teenager, we're not talking about that. That's according to the tradition, and there's still no evidence of that. So even if I give you that, they weren't at the time of him being a teenager. If he's born in 570, he's a teenager in what? 568?
Well, that would be like 5'8", like 90 something.
No, if he's born in 570, 15 years later is 565, 568. It's teenage.
Yeah.
He would have went to Syria and went all the way. You telling me he went to Syria 1,200 miles away, then went back?
I mean,
to Mecca and Medina?
The Arabs are very famous for like having, caravans that stretched everywhere, right? They even went into the middle of Africa.
Nigga.
No. Do you
we talking about Muhammad, gang?
Yeah. We're talking about a kid with no parents, right? Traveling with like a bunch of like merchants.
It says he went to Syria when he was 9 or 12. Nah, this ain't true. That's
like but his entire life he was exposed to Christianity, right? He even married into a family that had like his wife's family had a few monks and like a few people who happened to be Christian, right? So he was aware of Christianity, but then he rejected it, right? Because he felt a calling, right?
No, okay. So let's do this. So I'm saying that this guy did not exist. You're saying that he did. Give me something. Anything.
There is this letter, right, to the monastery, I think, of Saint Catherine in Sinai, where like the monks there say that they preserved a letter given to them by Muhammad with this seal on it.
And right. What's the name of these people? What's the name of the monk?
The monastery is Saint Catherine.
Who was the person that wrote the letter? Who was that? What's his name?
No, they are saying that it's a letter from like Muhammad with his seal on it, right? Muhammad himself couldn't read or write, but then he had scribes who wrote for him.
And what's the name of the letter?
Let me find. Usually they just call it the Muhammad letter or the Ashtinam of Muhammad. Right? So the monks over there claim that this was a letter, right, that they received from him to protect them, right, and like give them like safe passage, and they could go and do a. So so these are Christians, monks, who are saying that they received something from him. But to us, like Muslims, what kind of authenticates the letter is on a seal, right? Like it should be written "Messenger of God," right? Like that, like God's messenger, right? But then he puts his name or his title beneath God. So we like the tradition says, like from the Islamic side, that he always put or like signed that his title or his names or whatever would always come last to God.
So apparently there's a debate about it being a forgery, but I'm gonna put it in my notes. Hold up.
Yeah.
I put it in my notes. I learned two new evidences for Muhammad today. One is the CBO guy, and then this one is this letter. So, yeah.
Yeah, but is it hard to believe that a street preacher could start a religious movement?
I mean, he's an illiterate guy from the desert. He's an illiterate guy from a barren place.
Mm-hmm.
Who out of nowhere was revealed the Quran by an angel. That's what you believe?
Of course, like I believe he was deeply.
You know, the angel
spiritual man.
Gabriel is the one that told Mary she's about to birth the Son of God, right?
According to the Christians in their Gospels, yeah, that's what they say.
Let's apply that same standard to what you just did.
Yeah.
Y'all say the angel Gabriel told Muhammad that he revealed the entire. You said the angel Gabriel revealed the whole Quran to Muhammad. That's what you believe?
Well, there's some points where like the verses appeared in his head, like without Gabriel actually talking to him. But yeah, most of the Quran was revealed directly by Gabriel speaking to him.
You know who Gabriel is?
He's an archangel, one of the four. Well, this slightly less, depending on the tradition, but yeah, this is an archangel.
What do you think Gabriel looked like?
I don't know, but probably very terrifying, because angels have this thing where when they talk to people, they're like, do not be afraid. So probably very terrifying.
What do you think it looked like?
I have no idea, but something scary. Maybe yeah. Who knows? He could have
A hairy winged beast with a lot of eyes on it.
Maybe like that. Sometimes they could appear like people. But it's terrifying anyway.
So you think a monster revealed the Quran to an illiterate prophet?
I wouldn't say monster.
You just
but
said
I'd
he's
say a being. It's terrifying.
beast. A terrifying beast is considered what in pop culture?
If you're talking about pop culture, that's different, right? But then
A
elephants.
terrifying beast by definition is a monster. Lock in now.
Because if an elephant just
hold
appeared
up.
in your house.
No. Lock in. You think a terrifying, hairy, winged beast with eyes all over it revealed this entire book to an illiterate man in the desert, barren place? That's what you believe.
I mean, something must have literally put the fear of God into this man if he literally went on the streets and telling everybody about it.
No. Just hold up for a minute. Lock in. I'm gonna ask you one more time. You think a hairy winged beast with eyes covering all over it with a long tongue revealed the entire Quran to an illiterate man in the middle of nowhere by himself in the desert?
Okay. I personally have no idea of his exact description of Gabriel, right? But yes. No.
You know, in Norse mythology, Odin slayed the giant Ymir and created the universe. Did you know that?
That's what they say.
That's what they say. Do you believe it?
No, but
that's what they say, though. But that's what they say. Why don't you believe it?
I mean, I have no contact with the Norse people. Or
I just told you, I do. I've studied their history, and they're saying that Odin slayed the giant Ymir to create the universe. That's what they're saying. Now that I just told you what they say, do you believe it?
No, like I said, I haven't done any research on it, but no, I don't believe it personally.
I just told you what they said. You can fact check me right now on your computer. Look up what they said. That's what they said. That's what they believe. Yeah. Is it true?
I doubt it.
Why do you doubt it?
I mean, hold on. So this Ymir is like a giant, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, from what I'm looking at right here, right, his ancestor to all the Jotnar is formed from venomous melting ice. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So Like I have no idea how venomous melting ice can do this and how this can even be killed. So makes no sense to me. Like, but then I was also not raised with this, so I have no idea how it works.
According to Norse mythology, Odin and his brother slew the primordial giant Ymir. Then they used Ymir's immense corpse to construct the cosmos. His flesh became the earth, his blood formed the oceans, his bones were shaped into mountains, and his skull became the overarching sky. Do you believe that?
No, because
Why wouldn't you
I
accept it
believe-
if I just told you what their tradition and their mythology says? Why wouldn't you just accept what I said?
like I said, right? I doubt it, but then I also have my current beliefs, right?
What if it's
I
true
already
though?
believe something.
What if it's true?
Then I have to deal with the consequences of.
You know you're going to Valhalla,
Wrong.
don't you?
I know who says I do. Like
That's
I'm
where the
happy
fallen.
not to
That's
go
where the
to
fallen
Valhalla.
go to Valhalla.
Okay, but let's say I don't want to go to Valhalla. Now
Too
what?
late. You didn't accept the tradition, so you're going. Too late.
Okay, if I'm damned, I'm damned. Like, you know.
But you see how silly this mythology sounds? It sounds silly, don't it?
I mean, they're trying to explain why the world is the way it is, right?
Doesn't it sound you think the earth is made out of the corpse of a fucking giant?
Could be metaphorical, right?
No, stop. Don't do that. Because they would
Well, you
pick
don't
up
like
they would
metaphors.
they would pick up swords and chop your head off if you walked up to them and said what you just said.
Mhm.
So let's take it at
I'm
face
sure they
value.
do that.
Let's take it at face value that they mean it literally. Let's do that.
Mhm.
Do you honestly believe that the motherfucking earth is made out of the corpse of a giant? Do you believe that?
Do I believe it? No. Did they
Okay.
believe it? Yes.
Why don't you believe? Don't that sound stupid as fuck?
I wouldn't say it's stupid, but
It don't sound stupid that the motherfucking earth is made out of the corpse of a giant and the mountains are made out of his bones. That don't sound crazy to you?
okay. Because you said that we can't use metaphors in this, right?
So if
'Cause
they
if
mean
you-
it,
if you
if
throw
they
out-
mean it literally, doesn't that sound crazy to you? If they mean that literally,
I mean,
right?
if they're taking it literally, sure. Let's grant you.
Now
that.
let's go back to what you just told me about the winged hairy beast with all the eyes and the long tongue. That sounds just like the shit that the Norse are talking about. It sounds the same to me.
Yeah.
Right. So if it's too far-fetched to believe that the fucking cosmos is made out of the corpse of a giant slayed by Odin, it's just as crazy to believe that an illiterate prophet in the middle of nowhere by himself in a barren place that was not called Mecca was revealed the entire Quran off memory from a motherfucking winged monster. There's no way you believe that in your right mind using your common sense and your logic. There's no way.
I mean, I use my logic to inform what I'm saying. You know, I think I'm a kind of rational person, so that's why I'm saying that. Hey,
Be rational.
be a metaphorical
No.
this could be a metaphorical description.
Go to an Islamic country and tell them, y'all, this is a metaphor. You're gonna fucking die.
No, most like, look, I've literally been there. Right? I've been to like, you know, all over the Gulf countries. You know, like I've had the chance to even go to Saudi. The preachers themselves, to make sense of what they're looking at, do describe it with metaphors too.
Let me ask
Like,
you a question. I'm gonna ask you a
Have you
question.
never
and
met
I'm
a
gonna
preacher in your life?
let me ask you a question, and I'm gonna turn it over to Sathiel. So when they said, according to the tradition, Abraham takes Hagar and Ishmael and rebuilds the Kaaba in Mecca, is that metaphor or did that literally happen?
I mean, I don't know the details. All I know is that there's an Ishmael and then there's Ishmaelites, and these Ishmaelites are very attached to this shrine.
That's not what I just asked you.
So
Do you
I think there was an
believe-
Ishmael.
That's not what I'm asking you. Do you believe Abraham took Hagar and Ishmael to Mecca and rebuilt the Kaaba? Do you believe that?
Like he set the ground stones for it. Yes.
And that's not a metaphor. That's literal.
Because
So why-
like somebody building a shrine isn't, it's too difficult, right?
Okay,
people,
now, like-
people build shrines everywhere.
Okay. And so you believe that, right? Even though those people never existed. That ain't no metaphor, that's literal. But when the tradition tells you that Muhammad was revealed the Quran by this prophet, this angel, that's metaphor.
Yeah, why not? Because let's say, for example, the story of like the story of like Muhammad having a vision, peace be upon him, like is
Peace be upon him is
metaphorical.
crazy.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Saith,
Alpha.
long time no see. Me and him have been having our dances for a while.
You and Saith,
Namaste.
yeah. Saith, he works in this soup kitchen often. We often cook a chicken broth stew where we cook up. We do it together often.
Very good apple.
Satyam, you're working in the langar.
Sorry, I cut out there. What'd you say? Who are you?
Oh no, you don't remember it. It's okay.
He says he knows you, brother.
Oh, they. I don't know if you know. There's a fatwa against me. My
There's a
blood is
what?
halal.
What?
Wait, say that again.
So in Islam, if you have a fatwa, a religious ruling against a kafir, a non-believer, their blood becomes halal, which means you can unalive that person and you can eat them. You can eat the kafirs. True story. This is what Muslims believe. But
I don't believe that. But if you want to generalize away.
Oh no, we don't do generalizations here. We're not
I'm
Kafirs,
sorry.
we're not Muslims. Are you a Muslim?
Yes, I am. Praise be.
And are you? What's your denomination?
I'm a Sunni, Shafi'i.
Shafi'i. Okay. And you were telling me that Islam is all metaphorical, not literal, or mostly metaphorical. Is that right?
I mean, it depends, right? Because like there's verses which are kind of very direct, right? Like don't drink hammer, like which is intoxicants. That's kind of very straightforward. And then there's stuff which is way more esoteric.
Drinking? I got you. What about drinking piss and eating poop? Is that metaphorical, or what's the ruling on that?
I mean, it's a practice that is still done by some people, right, for different reasons. Like even in India, people drink cow pee. People in Arabia drink camel piss. It's fine.
Remy, I won't let. I know what you're doing. Everybody sees you for what you are. Don't worry. We all know you're an Abdul. You're a kafir. So, and for everybody who did not catch what he's trying to do, because he sees my name and apparently he knows my ethnicity, he's trying to make personal attacks on my race and my people.
Oh no, I respect your race.
India.
Some of like Aurangzeb is one of my favorite people.
Remy, I'm not talking to you, dude. You shouldn't be speaking right now. Please, sabr, my habibi, sabr. Sabr means patience, folks. So he's doing racism because remember, Islam teaches that the Arabs are the superior race and the non-Arabs are the inferior race. And it especially hates the mushrikeen. Mushrikeen means ones who equate others to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, which of course means idolaters. What's interesting is it also says Christians are mushrikeens because they equate Jesus to Allah. And earlier on, it only calls them kafirs, which it exclusively reserves for Jewish people. And it also calls them Christians kafirs. But later, it also conflates them as mushriks, which makes sense. But anyway, so I asked him, what about consuming excrement? Is that literal or metaphorical? And he decided to shift the topic. And he specifically brought up a race of people, Indians. Because again, the race.
No, like Arabs do it, Indians do it.
Hey, Remy. Remember, I said you shouldn't be talking.
Why shouldn't I?
I'll let you know. It's called.
You're not giving me a chance to respond. You're mischaracterizing me.
Fuck, man. Please, Remy. I know Islam teaches you not to be civil, but please be civil and please be polite. I'm not talking to you. I'll let you know when it's your turn to speak. I don't want to mute you. I don't like doing that. If I'm muting you, there's a breakdown and we're not actually conversing with one another. Stop it, dude. So, folks, remember that the foremost core of both Christianity and Islam is racism. It's colonialism. It's supremacism. It's my group is superior to yours. How can I denigrate you? How can I dehumanize you? But in fact, they are the inhumans. And we're going to see that soon. Remy, you were saying
Yes.
I'm coming back to you now. You were saying that eating poop and drinking pee, that is metaphorical or it's not metaphorical? Which of the two?
I mean, it depends on the situation. If you're
Okay.
literally going without water, go ahead, do it. It's
Mhm.
literal in that sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. If
Okay.
it's,
And
let's say,
in which
to deal with
situation is
sickness,
it good to drink? Eat shit.
like, some people have like a gut, problem, right? And then they need a fecal enema, right? So in that situation, it's fine.
Uh-huh. What was my question, Remy?
Is it literal to, ingest feces and urine, right? So in those cases,
And then
like-
what did you do? Why? So Remy, you understood my question. You heard my question.
100%.
Why did you refuse to answer it? Why did you
No,
refuse
I
to
said
answer?
people
Why are you
do
being
it,
dishonest?
yes. I'm
No,
literally
you
affirming
started
what you're
talking
saying.
about enemas, fecal
I
enemas.
affirm what you're
Did I
saying.
mention
People
a
do it.
fecal? No, you did not, Remy. No.
Yes, fecal enema.
I didn't ask you about a fecal enema. I asked you about consuming shit.
But that's what it's called,
Do
medical.
you understand? Okay,
Yes,
perhaps you
that's
don't know. So an
Well, what is
enema
feces?
is a suppository. Remy. An enema is something you stick up your butt. It's not something you consume down your throat. Do you understand that it's a 180-degree exact opposite of what I asked you?
But it ends up in your gut, right?
What was my
Either way.
question, Remy? Remy,
Yes.
why do you have to be dishonest? Why can't you be honest? Because you know
I literally agree
that
with
in
you. I'd say
Islam,
yes.
consumption of excrement is halal, isn't it, Remy?
For medicinal purposes, yes.
No, Remy, no.
There's a context to everything.
So, folks, everybody, the reason Remy is being so dishonest and evasive is because the Shafi'i school,
not say it's
especially, has talked about this, and I have to find the citation. Both the piss and the poop of halal animals is considered and categorized as tahir. Tahir, Tahir, means pure. And so when I asked him, is it okay to consume poop and pee? Did you see how he completely shifted the question and said, well, enemas are okay. There's a concept in Islam called tawriya, prevarication, tawriya. Tawriya means I can play with the words so as to insinuate that I'm answering your question, but in fact, I'm not answering your question. Well, it ends up in the gut. And you said consumption, therefore, either way, it ends up in the gut, and therefore, I'm answering your question. Funnily enough, what Remy is telling us, folks, is that he doesn't consider a difference between ass and his mouth. Let that sink in, folks. So anyway, in Islam, Remy, you said that you think shit is. Do you agree that shit is pure?
Depends on the animal it came from.
Thank you. That's a correct answer, folks. Remember, halal animals. That means an animal that is considered pure, not filthy, not najis. Najis is a word in Islam. It means filthy, not impure. So let's say cows, camels, horses. Their excrement, both their piss and their poop, is considered pure and therefore fit to consume. Isn't that right, Remy?
Yes, they have been consumed like medicine.
I didn't ask you if they have been consumed.
Yes,
I'm asking you as.
What did I say?
Thank you.
Yes.
So, Remy,
Medicinal.
if I were, do you understand that? Fuck. I don't know where to go from there, guys. Like any sane person would understand.
just say you're stumped.
Hold on, Remy. I'm not talking to you. I said, guys. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience. So hold on, man. Sabara, habibi, sabara. So, folks, this is the horror of this cult. It can literally convince you that eating shit and drinking piss is a right thing to do, that it's a reasonable thing to do. Now, notice that he said only for medicinal purposes. The reason he's saying that is it's dishonest, first of all. There's nothing in there that exclusively restricts it to medicinal purposes. He's lying.
Yeah, you have to use your brain.
The reason he's saying, well, no, in Islam, you cannot use your brain.
Of course.
That's haram.
We can't use our
What does the Quran say?
That God gave us a brain. Right? Did he not give us akal? Of course he did. You know that.
No. It says
No, I know you're a liar. The only thing I know, if you say something, I know 180. If you tell me the sky is blue, I'll consider it to be dark, not black, not blue.
Oh.
Folks, in Islam, the Quran explicitly says when Allah and Muhammad, peace be upon him, have made something, revealed something to you, your job is not to question it, but to obey. That's it. You cannot ask questions. That's Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 32. That's chapter 5, verse 32 and 33. 101. I'm so sorry. Chapter 5, 101. It says, those of you who asked questions whilst the Quran was being revealed ended up having doubt and leaving the faith. So people who asked questions actually ended up leaving. You're not supposed to use your brain. That's kufr. In fact, philosophy itself is haram. It's kufr to do philosophy.
Yet we
For
produce
anybody who wants to
many.
verify,
Yet we produce many Islamic
hold on, man.
philosophers.
Hold on. I'm just lecturing people right now, and I'm not. I understand. You've given me straight answers. I appreciate that. Well, kind of straight answers. I had to squeeze you a little bit, but
You're welcome.
thank you for helping me expose Islam. But hold on, let me talk to the good folks here watching. So, folks, chapter 5, 101, it explicitly says, those of you who ended up asking questions, the Quran itself tells you, if you ask questions, you're going to leave. This is a nonsense cult. This is a piss-drinking, shit-eating cult. Now, Remy lied and said that drinking piss is only confined for the purposes of medicine and health. That's not true. The reason he's saying this is because there's a sunnah, there's a hadith where Muhammad is approached by some shepherds from the desert, and they tell him they're feeling sick. So he says, hey, here's some camel piss, mix it with some camel milk, drink it, you'll feel better. And then they drank it and they felt better. It doesn't say exclusively only for the purposes of medicine. It never says that. The way Islam works is something is considered pure. Everything is considered pure until there is a special explicit exemption, and only Allah or Muhammad can codify or categorize it as impure. And Muhammad never said poop is impure, and he never said pee is impure. In fact, he said it is pure. So if you want to go out right now, and in fact, they do this in Middle East, you can go Google this. Bottles of urine are sold in shops. About 10 years ago, they had to shut down this vendor for selling piss bottles labeled as camel piss, except it was his own piss that he was filling up and selling as label as
Humans are haram.
piss. So no, that's also a lie, Remy.
You can't eat human
What
meat.
is the category of drinking? Oh, sorry, what is Muhammad's piss and poop categorized as? Impure or pure?
I don't know. Right? Some people try to claim that.
No, not some people, Remy. No,
Yes.
we don't do that. We are not kafirs here. We don't lie. We don't go by what random Abduls on the
No,
street.
but you said
We
Muslims
only
lie.
go by the
Do
authentic.
Kafirs lie or do Muslims lie? Who lies?
Muslims are all by default liars.
All
As
of
you know
us.
this. All of us.
Right.
You have to be a liar in order to be a Muslim. Answer the question instead of deflecting.
Right. So if I told you, right,
No. What
that-
was the question, Remy?
Yeah, hello.
oh,
What was the question, Remy? Don't run from me.
hello. Anyway,
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Where did you get the piss
Hold
thing
on.
from? What are you
Hold
talking
on,
about?
brother. Hold on, brother. Please relax.
He keeps
He's not talking. He's talking to somebody else.
Remy, what was my
Yeah.
question?
your question was what is the status of Muhammad's urine
Piss and poop and spit. What is it?
I mean, considering that he had to clean himself,
What is
I'd
it?
say it's
Actually, that's not true. That's not really true. Folks, fun fact. Muhammad would use the bathroom. He would wipe his ass with the 3 stones and his hands. And then he would go direct. I'm so glad you're giving me reminding me of all of these, Remy. Damn, I kind of forgot about this. He would go directly.
you're
to
leading the
eat.
question. You even you know.
The Sahaba. That's shut up. Shh, shh, shh.
Shut the what?
The
You see how,
Sahaba.
you see,
Shh,
you
hey,
see how the
Remy,
animalistically he's treating me.
Remy.
So
What did you say? How
animalistically
what?
treating me. Why are you treating me like I'm an
Animalistic.
animal? Why are you treating me like I'm a
Remy,
dog?
I treat
Why are you treating me
animals
this
with
way?
respect.
Okay,
Why
then
you
treat
treating
me
this
too
way?
with respect. Right? See the
Respect.
namaste
Wait a
in me.
minute. Namaste? What?
Yes, see the divine inside me also.
No, Remy,
What?
let him talk. Let him talk. Let him talk.
Hold on, wait a minute. So now you're a mushrik?
No, I think I was made by God, right? But
I muted you for a second. This is such an important point. Folks, he's throwing a lot at me. He's trying to derail, but I got it, guys. I got it. Stay with me, folks. Whew, this is fun.
no, don't treat me like an
Now the
animal.
I would treat my animals with respect, Remy. I don't consider you even a human. And I'm going to expose you why.
Are you seeing what he's saying
Folks,
about black?
Folk,
Are you
black.
seeing what he's saying about a black man?
Black?
Okay, hold on, Satya. Hold on, Satya. So, Remy, you don't really have evidence for Muhammad. So let me get
This guy's okay. Sorry.
let me get the other guy a
Doesn't matter.
chance to maybe he can help in, step in and help out. Leonardo,
Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up?
who are you here to defend?
Look, I'm Muslim, but I'm not really that religious. But I just want to know about the pissing thing. Where'd you get that from? What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, Sadyam, you can. That's a question
Wait.
for Sadyam.
Hey, don't make up new shit.
Leonardo,
Like,
what's your
what are you
denomination,
talking
Habibi? What's your
Hold
denomination?
up, hold up, Satyam. Before Satyam answers you, you just said you don't really know much about your religion, right? So he's about to tell you some shit. Just lock in. Go ahead, Satyam.
I do know enough.
Leonardo, hold on. We'll get there, buddy. Habibi, we'll get there. Sabr. What's your denomination, Habibi?
What?
Denomination.
He's asking for your Akida and Madhab.
Stay out of this one, Remy. I'm coming back to you. Don't worry. Just stay muted for now, Remy. Leonardo,
Yeah, what's up?
your denomination?
I'm Muslim, bro.
Habibi, are you like a recent convert?
Yeah, some type of shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So Habibi, Islam has two major divisions. There's someone called the Shia and the Sunni. Have you ever heard of these?
Yeah, I'm Sunni.
Okay, you're Sunni. Okay, now within Sunni, what's your madhab?
What you mean?
So within Sunni, there are four major schools of thought: Shafi'i, Maliki, Hanafi, Hanbali. Have you ever heard of these?
No, I don't know about that.
What did you just convert yesterday, Habibi?
Hey, let's not disrespect each other right there. Just like I'm just asking about the pissing thing. What are you talking about?
Habibi, focus, please. If you're here to disrespect, I'll just drop you. Are you here for disrespect or genuine dialogue?
Boy, I was just asking you a question. I did not disrespect.
What was my
anybody.
question, Leonardo? What was my question?
You asked about my madhab.
Mm-hmm. And then I asked you, are you here for genuine dialogue or disrespect? Which one is it?
Yeah, genuine.
Okay. So
Go ahead,
did you
man.
just join this religion yesterday?
Oh, yo.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, the madhabs, even a child would know, Habibi. Because if you Habibi, are you
Yes, I am.
how
Yeah,
you joined a religion? How you joined a religion and you don't know even the? Are you? Oh, you're just a troll, aren't you, Leonardo?
What? I'm
You're not really a
bro.
Muslim. You're
Shut
not really a
up,
Muslim, are you?
No, I am, bro. I'm just asking.
How
Can you
many
answer my
rakats in
question? Go
wudu?
ahead.
How many rakats in wudu?
And we'll do it.
Yeah.
About like 4.
Anyway,
can you answer my-
So Remy, I'm sorry. Where was? I want Black. My bad, dude. Maybe you want to talk to him because that guy was a troll. He's not a Muslim at all. Rakats in wudu is a nonsense question. That there are no rakats. Rakats nothing to do with wudu.
Thanks for that, Satya.
So Remy, you said a few things, and I wanted to get past all of them. So remember, I had asked you the categorization of Muhammad's excrement, and you said, "Well, there's some people," and you started derailing the conversation. Now remember that Islam is not decided by some people; right? It's decided by the Sunnah, the
And the
Sahaba,
Jama also.
the fiqh.
And also the
Right?
consensus of the
And the-
scholars.
They're not random people. Now, you said that Muhammad used to wash himself. Folks, I want everybody to thank you guys so much for the taps. Keep tapping. We got up to 95. Awesome. You guys came in for a great session. Remy's wonderful at helping me expose Pislam. And folks, remind me to tell you about chapter 98, verse 6. Anyway, Muhammad used to wipe his ass with the 3 stones, and then he would go directly to eat. The Sahaba asked him, but Habibi Muhammad, you just washed, you just wiped your ass. You're not going to wash your hands. He said, no, why? Why do I need to wash my hands? I'm not going to do salah. What does that mean? The only times that Muhammad did the ritual ablution, the washing, and I'm using washing and very specifically, guys, I'm going to tell you why, was before he used to go do prayer. That means when he wiped his ass, he would go eat directly after with that same hand. He wiped his ass with the stones, right? And then he would go eat. And he said, you don't need to wash your hands after you wipe your ass. So when our dear Habibi Remy here is saying, well, Muhammad used to wash, did he really? Because he thought his poop was edible.
I said
Now,
wash.
there's another sunnah in which Muhammad peed into the well of a family, multiple, I think more than one place. And they said, never has the water ever tasted so cool and so clean and so fresh. They used to try to bottle his sweat and spit and said it smelled like fragrance. Remember, Muhammad is the perfect, blessed person. He's chosen especially by God. He has no sins. So Muslims don't consider all human spit and shit and etc. to be impure. Muhammad gets that special position, categorization. Now, we had gotten off. So Remy. So, by the way, Shafi'i school. So, folks, I explained to you that you can quote unquote wash yourself. And I said quote with the wash. Why? There is a famous hadith, and even Remy will attest to this. Remy, do you know about the hadith of the well of Buddha?
Enlighten me.
The well of Buddha was a well into which the townspeople used to throw their dead dogs, menstrual rags, trash, and poop and pee. He was brought water specifically for the purpose of quote unquote ablution, washing oneself. They have this thing where they do a ritual washing of the hands and feet. They squirt it up their nose. They rub it all over their face. And then they have to go do prayer. And you can't do prayer until you do a wudu. It's called a wudu. And you can't even touch the Quran with this unless you've done this. The problem is when we humans say wash, we're talking about washing for the purpose of cleansing oneself. When Abdul say wash, they don't mean for the purpose of cleansing. It is just a ritual. The purpose is not cleansing. The purpose is to fulfill the ritual, right? And so if I bring you poop water, Muhammad said he was brought this poop and pee water. And he was told, hey, this is poop. This is water from the well of Buddha. He said, indeed, water is not defiled by anything. Anything.
Yeah, H2O.
They're squirting it up their nose, and they're drinking this poop and pee water. If you go online right now, you can find there's a guy named Zakir Naik. He's not a scholar, but he's an Islamic apologist, and he'll tell you.
He's just a
hey, Remy.
He's a televangelist. That's what.
Remy. I'm telling them, man, don't worry, I got you, Habibi. You know I'm not a kafir. I'm not going to lie on
Let me
Islam.
talk also.
You know this.
Right?
I won't thank you testimony. Now, folks, he said, treat me like a human. And I'm so glad he says that.
Our conversation, I want to finish something off with like black.
I'm going to go to the black one. Don't worry, Remy. I got you, buddy. I got you. I'm going to expose your racism.
Because I also need to go pray right now. I need to go
okay,
pray.
Remy. Make sure you do the wudu with the poop and pee water like Muhammad did, okay? Come back when you're praying. We'll still be here, okay? So, folks, he said, treat me like a human. The Quran says non-Muslims are indeed the worst of all creatures. That means if I bring you a cockroach or I bring you a kafir, who has more value, Remy, as per the Quran? Surah Al-Bayna.
The human can at least be saved, right?
Who has the more value as per the Quran, Remy? As per the Quran.
The human.
The
who can
human
repent.
has more value. So when the
Because they
Quran
can
says that
repent.
the kafirs and the mushrikeen are worse than the lowest animals, the Quran is wrong.
No, the Quran is right that anybody can stop being a mushrikeen or a kafir.
So what was my question? See, folks, you see the dishonesty? I asked him, is the Quran wrong when it says that non-Muslims are worse than the lowest animal? And he refused to answer the question and instead talked about how the Quran is right when it says anyone can be saved. By the way, the Quran does not say that. He's lying on the Quran in both ways. The Quran says,
for everyone.
Habibi, go. The poop water is calling. Go do your wudu. Go. So, folks, I wanted to get to the black folks
what I wanted
being
to say
degraded whilst he was still here, but Remy unfortunately has to go. But folks, the Quran says very clearly, non-Muslims are lower than the lowest animal. They are actually, by the way, folks, I believe it's in Surah At-Tawbah, that's chapter 9, and I want to say it's verse 29 or verse 5. No, 29, I want to say. Please look this up and someone correct me. Non-Muslims are categorized as najis. And I explained to you, there's two words in Islam that are important. Tahir, pure, and najis, impure. Impure would be dogs, geckos, chameleons, I believe, women, or rather menstruating women, they're considered impure. So if a menstruating woman walks in front of you or you touch her before you go do prayer, your prayer is nullified because she's considered najis. Najis means impure. And non-Muslims are also considered impure. They're in the same category. They're filthy. They're unclean. They're like scum. It's like the stuff that you wouldn't touch. So when I asked Remy here, are humans considered higher than the lowest of the cockroach? Remy, what's your answer? It's a yes or no question.
Wait, are humans or what?
Are non-Muslims, are they lower than the lowest animal?
Late crazy.
None of the animals are low because
It's
So
saying
the
if you're asking me
Quran,
that,
Surah
yes.
Al-Bayna.
Yeah, if you ask
Go
me
ahead,
that, I'd say like
Hold on,
yes,
I
like
got- fuck.
people
say,
who
say them. I gotta get down, bro. I gotta get down. But I'll probably be live tomorrow. Or if you go live, I'll join you. Or maybe we can run a topic. But I gotta get down though.
Got you, though.
But-
All right, catch
but,
you later, guys. Thank you, Remy. Thank you for having me exposed.
Yeah, appreciate you saying that.
namaste to you too.
YouTube,
See
man,
you
I'm about
guys.
to get down. I appreciate you. Black Atheist, episode 2 of Never Existed. It was cool. We learning, getting some new stuff putting together. So I appreciate y'all. Black Atheist, who's that?